I revoked my spell. Xianxia said, spitting angrily, "You are truly despicable, launching a sneak attack on us." I smiled, saying, "Do you want to try again? This time I'll let you properly prepare. Let us see if you can avoid it." Xianxia angrily said, "You." Then turned his head toward Xiaoxi. "Boss, you should speak. We can't let this little demon be our leader." Xiaoxi had spoken. "Xianxia, speak of this no more. A man's worth doesn't depend on his age. You think too little of Zhang Gong. Even if we had been prepared, we wouldn't have been able to resist his magic. There is a gap between our strengths. If I haven't guessed incorrectly, only with a magister's ability could he use such strength-suppressing magic simultaneously on the three of us. Zhang Gong, you are a magister." That last sentence was directed at me, with the tone of certainty. I nodded. It wasn't necessary to hide this from them. "Fine, we will obey you." Previously I had long felt myself to be a genius. But compared to you, I am still far too lacking. I will strive much harder in the future. When I surpass you, I will take back that title." Xiaoxi said, neither humble nor arrogant. Knowing that I was a magister, neither Xianxia nor Gauda said anything. "Good, I will wait for you. I also hope that you accomplish this. Because from now on we are going to be comrades, and we will also be friends," I said sincerely, gripping his hand. Although Xianxia and Gauda's appearances showed they still weren't convinced, I knew that they had already accepted me in their hearts. I scratched my head, saying, "Big brother Xiaoxi, you decide what our battle team's name should be, is this alright?" For the first time, Xiaoxi smiled. His smile was as bright as sunlight. He said smiling, "What spell did you use a moment ago?" The spell I had just used was a rank 8 light spell called Brilliant Halo. "Then from now on our name will be the Brilliance Team." Even now, this name receives everyone's unanimous approval. Xiaoxi gave me a feeling that his wisdom had surely outstripped his martial prowess. Teacher Wen came out. I didn't know if it was by chance or if it was intentional. Our problems settled, the old man's questions arose. "It seems you are all very close. This is very good. I wish for you to later assist each other in carving out a piece of the sky for yourselves. Come over. I'll tell you about the competition." We formed a semicircle around him. Teacher Wen said, "You will be facing very difficult competition. In this competition, not only will experts from Xiaoda participate but a few experts from the Dalo Kingdom and Xianxia Kingdom will also participate. For example, Zhang Gong is a person from Xianxia. That is why winning the competition will be a severely difficult task." He paused and glanced at us before continuing, "First of all, you can compete as a group. I think you won't have many problems with this. Everyone participating isn't weak. In the competition, you can advance through a series of duels and also through team matches. When you come across a powerful team, I recommend you challenge them as a team because Zhang Gong can use his magic. With his powerful magic, you will be able to fully display your strength with a sure advantage. From my investigation, this competition has about 10,000 groups participating, dividing into 1,024 different branches. In each branch, every group will have to undergo 10 rounds. Only the branch's champion will advance to the next stage, the knockout competition. Then finally you will move on to the finals. We've never participated in a competition such as this. Hearing that the competition had so many stages, you would need to gain at least 20 victories in the competition in order to become the champion. It was just like a marathon. The competition rules are very simple. All you have to do is fight on the stage. If you're going to lose, you can take the initiative to concede. Aside from the being unable to kill anyone, there are no particular restrictions. The competitors can fully display their complete strength. But I must request of you that unless you mustn't injure others. We are people that follow the path of virtue. This is the proper spirit of us, the Knights of Xiaoda. Apart from me, the other four earnestly nodded their heads. Zhang Gong, in this competition, your position is extremely important. You will primarily provide assistance for everyone's attacks. If there is a situation where you cannot assist, you should also participate in the attack. I believe that your formidable magic will give us an outstanding performance. I saw your competition a moment ago. While it is true that it is very good for everyone to learn from interaction, you mustn't injure your allies. From now on, the captain of your team will be Zhang Gong. Xiaoxi had made up his mind, and I believe in his wisdom. Teacher Wen nodded at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi did not acknowledge Teacher Wen's praise. He had only nodded. There are still 3 days before we leave for the competition. I wish for you to properly practice cooperating with each other for the next 3 days. This combination of yours is very strong. Frankly, I hope that you will save this old face of mine. I also hope that in these upcoming battles your names will spread throughout the lands as brave and chivalrous. Together, we let out a loud, strong, and resolute reply, we will certainly succeed. Like this, because of the Child of Light's command, the first Radiant Battle Squad had been established. Later, during the Child of Light's adventures, the formidable Radiant Battle Squad accomplished countless heroic feats. Volume 3, Chapter 23, The Grand Shoda Tournament. Volume 3, Chapter 23, The Grand Shoda Tournament. 3 days passed by in an instant. The Radiant Battle Squad now had a basic understanding of one another. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time for them to get to know each other better as they were forced to leave for the tournament. The tournament was being held in Shoda's largest plaza. The plaza was larger than 10 football asterisk fields combined. They had built 51 stages in the plaza long ago. Besides the stage in the center meant for the semifinals and the finals, the rest of the stages were being used to conduct matches. After drawing lots, we were put into the 198th group while Bai Chi's Wind Dragon Battle Squad was put into the 803rd group. We still haven't encountered any members of their squad. The 5 of us arrived at the stage. Everyone around the stage was part of a battle squad while spectators were located on elevated stands outside of the stage. There were also many newly built pavilions and seats for spectators. After looking around, I noticed that the majority of the participants were dressed like warriors while only a few people had different professions. I wore the matching uniforms of my squad, white warriors' clothing. We planned on hiding my magic as much as possible during the preliminaries. The tournament rules were explained by the organizers just prior to starting the tournament. According to the lots we drew, we wouldn't fight until the 3rd match. Judging from their appearances, the first battle had only ordinary warriors on both sides. The most they could manage was to simply chop at each other as there wasn't even a single Earth Knight participating. In the end, the winning squad won 3-2. The second match was virtually the same. We nearly fell asleep watching these matches before the 198th group's judge finally announced, the 3rd match, the Radiant Squad versus the Steel God Soldiers Squad. Xing laughed. Isn't the Steel God Soldiers Squad actually just a rusty pile of iron? We all burst into laughter in amusement. Xiaoxi said to me, to save time we'll directly face off against the other team. I nodded in agreement. We arrived on the stage and stunned the audience with our matching white uniforms and uniformly towering height that was greater than 180 centimeters. From the other side of the elevated stage came the sounds of heavy footsteps. Bang, bang. Damn. They're exaggerating too much. The Steel God Soldiers Squad appeared. They really are overbearing. All 5 were fully equipped with heavy black infantry armor and an average height of more than 2 meters. Combined with their 2-handed greatswords, it seems they aren't lightweights after all. Xiaoxi whispered into my ear, they're really calculating. The space on the stage is very limited, so they plan to charge us in an attempt to knock us over and win. I answered, it's a pity that they encountered us. We laughed with our hearts brimming with confidence. Naturally, I had to go forward to negotiate with them as the team captain. They happily agreed to a team fight as it was advantageous to them. The judge announced the start of the battle with a whistle. Immediately, all 5 steel god soldiers brandished their greatswords and rushed us together. While their vigor really was incredible, their speed simply was too slow. Dongri, Xiaoxi, and I didn't move at all. We just stood at the edge of the stage with Gaudet and Xingao holding their greatswords in front of us. Xiaoxi had told me before the battle that if it's possible we should win with the least amount of people. When the 5 opponents reached us, Xingao welcomed them with a roar as a faint yellow battle spirit enveloped his greatsword. The 2 swords crossed and the originally bold and vigorous opponent was blown away by Xingao's slash. Xingao had also greatly nicked his opponent's greatsword in their exchange. The rest of them were all beaten by Xingao. After clashing with him a few times, all of the opponents were unsteadily swaying from side to side. Gauda grumbled, "You didn't leave any for me and took care of them all by yourself." All of the other competitors in the audience stared at us foolishly. Many of them were annoyed that we had only used one person. I walked to the front and stopped Xingao from continuing his assault. I said to the opponents, "I advise you all to surrender. Surely you realize how great the gap is between the strengths of our squads." The opponent's boss propped himself up with his sword and heavily said, "Brother, just now was your teammate using Earth Battle Spirit?" I nodded my head. That's right. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry at what followed. The 5 opponents went up to Xingao and knelt before him while their boss spoke. "Big brother, please accept us as your disciples. We participated in this tournament in the hopes of finding a master proficient in battle spirit." Xingao's face turned red. He had practiced martial arts his whole life but had never before encountered such a situation. Xiaoxi came to his rescue and told our 5 opponents to find us once the tournament was over and gave them our contact details. It wasn't easy for us to leave the Steel God Soldiers squad. On the road back to the academy after finishing our first battle, Gauda kept prodding Xingao by saying, "Not bad. Brother already received 5 disciples on the first day of the tournament. Ha ha. If all the battles in the future are like this, we'll be able to form our own legion." Xingao ignored him and asked Xiaoxi, "Boss, do you think I'll be able to accept them?" Xiaoxi smiled. "From what I've seen, they're simple and frank men. There shouldn't be any problems with accepting them as your disciples. As for whether you should accept them or not, that's up to you." Carrying on, each day we participated in one group battle. All of the battles proceeded smoothly for us with Xingao, Gauda and Dongri defeating all of them. Xiaoxi and I just watched them with the detached view of bystanders. In 10 battles, we had 10 victories, allowing us to proceed from the 198th group into the semifinals. In between each of our battles, we would go watch Bai Chi's Wind Dragon Squad's battles. All of their battles were unexpectedly won by just one person at the rank of Earth Knight, letting them effortlessly enter the semifinals. From beginning to end, we didn't see any other members of their squad. Teacher Wen said that he feared this person was the weakest of Bai Chi's team. Our situation wasn't looking too hopeful. After concluding the preliminary battles, we were given 2 rest days before we were to draw lots again. The first round of the knockout competition would take place over 4 days with us participating on the 3rd day. In other words, we had 4 days to rest. We were quite pleased with this arrangement. We didn't go scout out our opponent's strengths, instead we unceasingly practiced building up our skills as a team. While Dongri's battle spirit didn't progress much, he undoubtedly saw the most progress. He was already able to use some elementary light magic by relying on his natural elven affinity with the elements and my guidance with magic power. Furthermore, he was able to greatly increase his strength by fusing the elementary light magic, Light Arrow, with his own arrows. Volume 3, Chapter 24, A Display of Strength. Volume 3, Chapter 24, A Display of Strength. Our first match for the semifinals was held today. We didn't know how powerful our opponents were, but we knew they wouldn't be able to stop us from advancing. After we arrived at Shoda Plaza, we saw that the spectator stands were already completely filled. After everyone got onto the stage, the judge introduced both sides. Advancing from stage 384 from the 512 of the original 1024 groups, is the Royal Knight Academy's Radiant Battle Squad and the squad composed of people of various nationalities, the Devil Battle Squad. After their introduction, the audience began booing them. It was only later that I found out that in all of their preliminary matches they had seriously injured all of their opponents. They had even beaten some to their last breaths. The Devil Squad consisted of 3 warriors and 2 mages. I felt a refined strength from our opponents. I said to Shosi, "It seems that today we must all appear on stage." Our opponents were evidently experts in team combat. After stepping onto the stage, both teams assumed a fighting stance, waiting for the judge to signal the start of the battle. The Devil Squad's 3 warriors hadn't attacked impatiently, but rather had their mages cast defensive enchantments on them. This greatly surprised me, as the 2 opposing mages had the strength of a Grand Mage. Although their powers were far inferior to me, the defensive enchantments they used were exceptionally brilliant. I stopped Xing and Chowda, who were both eager to attack. "Let me. Since our opponents have mages, let them experience what true magic is." Up until now in the competition, I still hadn't participated and had been itching to act. Seeing that opponents have mages made me eager to display my skill. Shosi indifferently said, "Don't give our opponents an opportunity. Finish them in one move." Xing clearly knew that he could not handle the opponents well. He whispered to me, "If you finish them by yourself, I'll admire you." I threw a glance at him and replied, "So it turns out you still weren't convinced of me. Fine, today I will let you see my attack magic. You should all go down." I directed the last sentence to my squad. Xing and Gauda still appeared a bit uneased. Shosi said, "Go." There is a fundamental gap between them and Zhang Gong. Everyone walked off the stage. When the opponents had nearly finished casting, they discovered I was the only warrior there. They were stunned. A mage asked, "Are you going to fight alone? Can it be that you are representing your entire squad?" I said with a smile, "Of course I will represent my team. As long as you can beat me, I'll consider it your victory." A man wearing red armor from the Devil Squad bellowed in rage, "You're looking down on us too much. Even a Radiant Knight might not necessarily be able to defeat us when we combine our forces. Brothers, let's charge him and let him pay the price for his arrogance." The 3 warriors charged at me together. The 2 mages had also started to chant their incantations. "Great fire elements, gather at my side, condense into a dragon of fire and annihilate the enemy before your eyes." A fire dragon. It seems this person is a fire mage. "Great water elements, gather at my side, condense into a dragon of water and annihilate the enemy before your eyes." This is a water dragon. So he's a water mage. A pair of rank 6 spells, the water and fire dragons, approached me. The 3 warriors, each possessing the strength of an Earth Knight, attacked once more in concert. They were truly strong and clearly enraged with me, charging towards me with all their strength. If it was 3 or 4 years ago, I definitely would have been greatly injured by this combination of martial skill and magic, but as of now that would be out of the question. As their spell took form, I teleported to the corner of the arena to buy myself some time. I began chanting, "O great light elements, I request to borrow your formidable strength, let the infinite light permeate the earth and shine." My body suddenly emitted a dazzling light and in a flash it overcame the twin water and fire dragons. As for the Devil Squad, they had all been knocked off the stage by my brilliant empire. When they touched the spell, I reduced a portion of its magic power. It had only knocked them out the stage without injury. The pair of water and fire magic dragons were not weak. Even when compared with the absolute power of Brilliant Empire, they could not be considered inferior. However, their magic power was far inferior to my own. In addition, my psychological tactics had succeeded. Had they not recklessly charged at me in anger and rather defended against me together, it wouldn't have been easy for me to defeat them. With such advantageous conditions, it was only natural for me to easily win. The audience gave me a round of enthusiastic applause. Contrary to the atmosphere, I hadn't felt the need to whistle towards the sky, and many had asked from above who was the imposing hero that stood where I was. When I walked down the stage, Dongri quickly came and excitedly said, "Zhang Gong, you truly are so powerful. It turns out magic is actually so useful." I said smugly, "Learn it properly then. Learn all you can from Big Brother and shake the world when you go out." Ha ha. After revealing my strength in this battle, Gouda and Xingao were finally convinced that I hadn't beaten them that time with a cheap trick. They were completely obedient to me now. The following battles were very easy for us as we didn't meet any teams stronger than this one. We played our triumphant hymn the whole time, and in one breath, we had reached the top 32. From the observations made by Xianxia and I, all of the Wind Dragon battle squad had made their appearances. All of them were warriors, just as we predicted. Aside from the Earth Knight that appeared first, the rest of them all had the strength of a Sky Knight. However, it was unknown whether or not if they had concealed any of their real strengths. The one that posed the biggest threat to us was Bai Chi's eldest son. In all of their previous battles, not once had he truly used his strength. He only acted once or twice, when the other members of his team were in a pinch, thus allowing them to smoothly win afterwards. As the commander of the 2nd Earth Dragon Corps, he had innately possessed the air of a commander. Regardless of the battle's circumstances, he would definitely be able to lead them. Even if there was Amnitai, collapsed in front of him, he had the mettle to remain calm and continue leading. He was about 190 centimeters in height with a lean build. Explosive power could be felt whenever he issued an order. I couldn't help but be anxious. He absolutely must not break through the bottleneck to become a Radiant Knight, otherwise we will be humiliated. Our next opponent was here to protect the royal Prince Qi Lu Xiuda's Prince Battle Squad. It is said that they were highly expected to win. They were the most powerful opponents we had faced yet. All 5 of them were Sky Knights. Furthermore, they were well coordinated during the battle. Evidently, this was the fruit of their many years of training together. The Prince's battle squad was the greatest obstacle if we wanted to surpass the Wind Dragon battle squad that Bai Chi sent. I didn't know whether or not I would be able to meet Zhan Hu's father, Prince Qi Lu, and accomplish the only mission Big Brother had given me. Volume 3, Chapter 25, A Battle of Strength. Volume 3, Chapter 25, A Battle of Strength. As long as we can enter the 16 strongest, we will come across Duke Bai Chi's Wind Dragon battle squad. Therefore, we must overcome the Prince's team. After a day of rest, we arrived at the same stage as yesterday and prepared to compete in our hardest match yet. For today's battle, I specially wore my light god robes. Xiaoxi and the rest of the team had also worn their best armor. Standing on the stage, a feeling of unease sprung up when I saw our opponents. They presented a strong sense of unity. But in order to make up for our mutual weaknesses, we had to fight as a team. The competition had yet to start, so I let my teammates warm up beforehand. Grasping my magic staff, I walked 2 steps forward and politely said, "Hello, we feel very honored to have the privilege of competing with the Prince's team." All of our opponents were wearing Silver Warriors attire. They had replied to me courteously. The tall team member in the middle walked forward 2 steps and said, "Hello. We saw your performance yesterday. Your magic is quite powerful, but today we will certainly halt your advance here. Our target is the championship." Although he spoke in a very polite manner, his self-confidence was evident in his pleasant words. I carefully looked at him. I noticed that he and Big Brother Zhan Hu had many similarities. The main difference was that he was a bit older. I couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, are you Prince Xiuda's son?" Clearly surprised, he said, "How did you know?" I am Shan Yun Shioda and the corps commander of our country's first Earth Dragon Corps. He was Zhan Hu's older brother. I had prepared myself, but the fact that he was an Earth Dragon Corps commander scared me. After a pause, I asked, "Is Prince Shioda well?" Shan Yun suspiciously looked at me and casually said, "He is very well, why do you ask?" I smiled, "I'll tell you after the competition. Let's use all of our strength in this match and see whether or not you can truly stop my advance." My words stirred Shan Yun's heroic spirit. With a bright voice he said, "Very well. Younger brother, let me witness whether or not your magic is truly ferocious." The judge announced the start of the match, and in accordance with our prior plans, Xiaoxi, Xing'ao, and Gaoda were in front. They were responsible for obstructing the opponent's assault while Dongri and I were behind them. I was responsible for casting magic and Dongri was responsible for protecting me with covering fire, to let me focus on attacking. I didn't dare hesitate. I waved the magic staff in hand and started chanting. "Light elements, my friends, use your endless light to expel evil. Holy light, it bestowed upon teammates clarity of mind and also increases their defense. Light elements, my friends, become a divine halo and protect my friends. Divine halo, not only does it protect my teammates, but also harmonizes with their battle spirit, further strengthening their defenses. Light elements, my friends, transform into sharp swords and annihilate the enemy before you. Light Severing Sword, rank 6 attack spell." It immediately attacked the 5 opponents. I successively used 3 rank 6 spells. After I laid down my defensive enchantments, the 3 in front accompanied the Light Severing Sword charging toward the opposing knights. The opposing team had Shan Yun as their vanguard and met the attack in a cone formation, with their swords emitting a white battle spirit. 3 meters before they clashed, Shan Yun loudly shouted, "Brilliant stars banishing evil." The 5 people brandished their longswords simultaneously, converging 5 lines of battle spirit into a powerful sphere of battle spirit, colliding head-on. It was too late to dodge. The first to meet it was my Light Severing Sword. With almost no effect, it was swallowed by the massive battle spirit. Close to it was Xing'ao and Gaoda. They hadn't expected the opposition to make a move from that position. Unprepared, they were unable to dispatch their own battle spirit skills and could only use their swords to resolutely withstand the blow. Xiaoxi reacted a bit quicker and loudly shouted, "Illusory execution." The long sword in his hand dispatched a void of light and shadow to meet it. We had lost the first bout. Gaoda and Xing'ao were knocked back to my side. If Dongri hadn't caught them, they would have exited the stage. They violently coughed up a mouthful of blood and it seemed that they no longer had any battle spirit power left. Xiaoxi was in slightly better condition and was pushed back only by 5 or 6 steps. A thread of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Compared to our miserable condition, our opponents were faring much better with only their warriors' clothing being a bit damaged. That damage should have been caused by my Light Severing Sword. Too powerful. Their combination technique truly was too powerful. I fear that we would have all collapsed if I hadn't protected Xiaoxi and the others with my magic. Shan Yun's knights clearly poised themselves well and hadn't pursued. Shan Yun calmly said, "You can still concede. Although I am surprised you were able to withstand this strike, you won't fare as well with the next strike. Concede." Xiaoxi used his sword to prop himself up as he said with an indignant light in his eyes, "We definitely won't surrender. If you have the ability, then knock us all down." Shan Yun shook his head and said, "You're forcing my hand here." All 5 of the prince's battle squad simultaneously raised their long swords. I couldn't wait any longer. I ran in front of Xiaoxi and lifted my magic staff high chanting, "O great light elements, my life's most intimate companions, become the most magnificent halo of light to be shed on this earth." Following my incantation, a speck of light came out of my upper dantian. It gradually grew brighter and brighter before taking the form of a small pale golden orb. The small orb gradually changed its form to become a massive golden halo before it flew towards Shan Yun's team. In order to further enhance its strength, I had to pour all of my magic power into the halo, causing it to become even more formidable. Shan Yun's eyes gave an astonished expression. He lifted the longsword in his hand and yelled, "Combined star execution." 5 longswords were lifted simultaneously, and let out 5 streams of white battle spirit, converging into a huge sword of battle spirit, chopping at my brilliant halo. I focused all of my spirit into the brilliant halo. When the battle spirit sword slashed at my halo, my whole body felt a huge vibration. It took an extreme amount of effort to maintain the halo's form. If this were magic, then these were 5 magic scholars casting a spell together. The opponent's sword formed of battle spirit shattered when it clashed with the halo. However, the halo was also knocked back. Blood could be seen dripping from the corner of the mouths of Shan Yun and his team. It seems that they have received some internal injuries. I wasn't feeling well either. It was only that I was a bit stronger than them, that's all. I concentrated my efforts on stabilizing the halo in preparation for the next attack. In this circumstance, Xiaoxi and Dongri's battle spirit power was unable to intervene. The powerful pressure of both the battle spirit and magic power had pushed us to the edge of the stage. I knew that it would be our victory so long as I could trap the opposing team in my brilliant halo. Volume 3, Chapter 26, with Xiaojin. Volume 3, Chapter 26, with Xiaojin. Shan Yun wiped his mouth. He bitterly smiled and grudgingly said, "It seems I've underestimated you. I hadn't expected you, who is so young, to achieve the power of a magister. It is truly unthinkable. It seems I can no longer conserve my strength." Originally, this maneuver was meant to deal with by air, from the Wind Dragon squad. It seems I have no choice but to enjoy using it on you first. Come, brothers. Let them witness our true strength. Saying this, he lifted his long sword into the sky. Shan Yun's 4 teammates sent out 4 streams of white battle spirit into the sky. Shan Yun appeared very strained. The white light on his sword gradually changed into a red radiance. Suddenly it soared into the sky, fusing with the 4 streams of white light. It formed an immense blood-red longsword. Xiaoxi exclaimed, "Not good. This is divine battle spirit." Shan Yun's complexion was quite pale, but he wore a victorious grin. He proudly said, "Right. This is divine battle spirit. Let's see whether or not my strength as a radiant knight can defeat a magister's. Come. Witness my ultimate technique, blood-stained glory." Just a moment ago, I directed my halo towards the prince's team. But after I heard Xiaoxi's exclamation, it was already too late to evade. I'll go all out. I clenched my teeth and released all of my magic power. Brilliant halo flickered in even greater, dazzling golden light. I willed the halo to charge at them a second time. These 2 powerful forces collided in the sky, violently exploding, scattering their energy onto the stage. Shan Yun and his team crashed down to the ground. The most miserable was me. I was violently coughing up blood. My mind blurry, I collapsed into Dongri's embrace. I felt my entire body had depleted all its magic power, my golden sphere pitifully depleted. It was fortunate that the audience wasn't affected from this distance. When they all saw our tyrannical strength, they all let out gasps of amazement. Dongri and Xiaoxi were behind me and hadn't received any impact. They were only coated in grime. Shan Yun climbed up from the floor. Such powerful magic. With the strength of us 5 combined, we could barely withstand your attack. I have already exhausted my fighting spirit. He looked at his teammates knocked down onto the ground. He shook his head and bitterly smiled, saying, "They can no longer fight." Xiaoxi coldly said, "Then concede. We still have 2 that can fight." Concede? Impossible. Come, young hawk. Fuse. Although my body could no longer move, I knew that if Shan Yun used a magic beast fusion, he could recover some of his fighting strength. Fused with his magic beast strength, Shan Yun was about to stake it all against Dongri and an injured Xiu. With a weak voice, I called Xiao Jin from the bottom of my heart. Xiao Jin, I no longer have any magic power. Can you still fight? Help me. Xiao Jin replied that he had accumulated enough energy to support me for about 3 minutes. With great difficulty, I extended my hand to stop Dongri from charging. With a faint voice, I said, keep your secret skill hidden for a later match. Let me. Come out, Xiao Jin. A gold light flashed. Xiao Jin appeared into the world, covering the sky. With a rough dragon's appearance, he roared toward the sky. I knew that time was pressing and immediately sent out an attack command. In order to save his strength, I had him directly using physical attacks. Xiao Jin beat his huge wings and charged into Shan Yun. Shan Yun was scared stiff. It wasn't until he sensed danger that he brandished his fantasy beast-infused longsword. He shouted loudly, Divine Hawk's Storm Sword. A hawk composed to battle spirit appeared on the tip of the sword, charging together with it toward Xiao Jin. In fact, Shan Yun's power was almost exhausted. He was entirely relying on his magic beast. Xiao Jin waved his large wings and had already won when he extended his front claw. The scene was somewhat humorous. The hawk of battle spirit that Shan Yun dispatched was snatched by Xiao Jin's claw, much like the grab of a bird of prey. It struggled with all its might. Xiao Jin shook his claw back and forth and with a grab of power, he crushed the hawk. Then he pounced towards Shan Yun. I feared Xiao Jin would kill him and immediately told him with my mind to not injure the opponents. Xiao Jin withdrew the sharp claws he extended and instead used his wings to beat Shan Yun flying. He fainted on the ground. This time he won't be getting back up. Relying on Xiao Jin's formidable strength, we won the final victory. I was already very weak and could barely withdraw Xiao Jin. I didn't know what happened next. I gradually regained consciousness and opened my eyes in a daze. I was in a small wooden room. There was nobody around. I tried moving a bit and my body ached from head to toe, making me groan. It seems I'm still exhausted. I concentrated my spirit to look at my magic power. It can only be described with one word. That word is wretched. It was exceptionally wretched. The remainder of my magic power hadn't even reached 30%. He hadn't even known this was the result of a long period of rest. Dongri's voice came from outside, Teacher, I think I heard Zhang Gong move. I'm going to see. Dongri pushed the door open and walked in. Zhang Gong, you're awake. How is your body? Yes, my body is very sore all over. What time is it now? I weakly asked. Currently it's already the afternoon of the next day. You were unconscious for 1 night and day, Dongri replied. Ah. Then tomorrow we're going to face Wind Dragon Squad. How are the others? Dongri sighed and shook his head. He grudgingly said, Gouda and Xing is certain to be unable to appear tomorrow. They received serious injuries. Although Xiu can fight tomorrow, I'm afraid that he cannot fully recover in time. I hadn't expected the prince's squad to be so ferocious. It was truly a disastrous victory for us. We still don't know what to do tomorrow. Teacher Wen's voice came from outside the room, is Zhang Gong awake? Dongri replied, yes, he's awake. Teacher Wen also came over. Ashamed, I said, I am sorry, Teacher Wen. I failed to live up to your expectations. He laughed and said, foolish child, what are you saying? You've already done extraordinarily well. I hadn't actually expected Qi Lu to dispatch Shan Yun to battle. Even more so, I hadn't expected him to have already become a Radiant Knight. Originally there were only 6 Radiant Knights on the continent. Xioda has 4 of them. The rest belong to the Dalu Kingdom. If Bai Er is also a Radiant Knight, then it is impossible for you to win tomorrow. You've already defeated opponents that were far greater in strength than you 5. I am already very happy. Even if you lose tomorrow, nothing terrible will come of it. Rest well. If you can't fight tomorrow, it's fine if you just forfeit. With a resolute voice, I said, that won't do. No matter what, tomorrow we must compete. Even if it's only me and Dong Ri, we still have to compete. Actually, I knew that if I wanted to win tomorrow, a miracle would have had to occur. Teacher Wen had simply smiled and said, rest well. We'll talk about this again tomorrow. After Teacher Wen left, I closely stared at Dong Ri's eyes. Gritting my teeth, I said to him, tomorrow, no matter how well I've recovered, we must go fight and go all out using even our very last strands of power. Dong Ri had tears in his eyes and grabbed me, right. Tomorrow I will go all out with them. We must get back face for Teacher Wen. We are the just ones. Justice must win. Volume 3, Chapter 27, The Winning Arrow. Volume 3, Chapter 27, The Winning Arrow. Dong Ri left. Right now I only focused on recovering as much magic power as I could, as quickly as possible. I closed my eyes and focused my entire spirit onto my shrunken golden sphere. The golden sphere within my body was slowly revolving, absorbing, and compressing magic power. This was too slow. I let go of my body and mind, and summoned the light elements in the air. I felt many small specks of light hastily gathering toward me. I was recovering at a rate much faster than before. I directed my entire mind toward recovering my magic power. When the match was about to begin, there were only 3 people on our side, Dong Ri, Xiaoxi, and me. Xingao and Gaoda's injuries were too serious and were unable to continue competing. If my magic power had fully recovered, perhaps our situation would have been a bit better. But it's no use saying that. Currently my magic power wasn't in an optimal state, as it was only at 70% capacity, but I still wanted to fight. Early morning, when I discovered that my magic power was unable to fully recover, I spoke to Xiao Jin, hoping to rely on his power to win the match. But no matter how much I called for him, he wouldn't wake. Later, I learned that this was because I had used too much of my magic power during the previous match. Xiao Jin was afraid that my body was unable to bear the strain and passed his long accumulation of magic power onto me. Having exhausted his energy, he became dormant. Had he not, I absolutely could not have been able to recover 30% of my magic power at the time. There were many people who had come to watch the battle today. Naturally, Duke Bai Qi and Teacher Wen were included. Currently, it was too late to say anything else. We can only fight with our all. Like the last match, we chose to fight as a team. But this time, I was standing in the front. My hand grasping the magic staff, I looked at Bai Erju opposite of me. Standing there, I sensed that although they had the unconditional advantage today, they did not have a pleased appearance. He stood there peacefully like a towering mountain. I was unable to see through him. I knew that this time I had run into a truly powerful opponent. Bai Er's power was not at all inferior to that of Shan Yun's. Today we must win with a surprise attack. Without speaking, I raised my magic staff and closed my eyes. Carefully feeling my surroundings, I didn't chant an incantation, but instead I gathered battle spirit and filled half of my magic staff with it. Simultaneously, I separated a portion of magic power from my gold dan and gathered it in the magic staff. I let both powers slowly fuse together, until they finally reached a state of resonance. Not bad. This was the fusion technique of magic power and battle spirit I had accidentally invented while I was Big Brother Zhanhu. It mainly based on magic power being assisted by battle spirit, each inclusive of the other. Although I wasn't proficient in this technique yet, I didn't have any other methods. With my current magic power, I'm not able to use several of the larger spells. With this method, I would be able to conserve some magic power. Bai Er felt a power pressure produced from my body, especially from the formidable power gathering at my magic staff. He did not know that this was magic. His team formed a powerful defensive formation. I used my spirit to tell Dong Ri to ready his bow. This is our only opportunity. We absolutely cannot be defeated. I extended my left hand and concentrated all of my remaining magic power into it. My hand emitted a faint golden light. I chanted, "Light elements, my friends. I request of you, burst forth as endless blaze, annihilate the enemy before you." This was a rank 7 light spell, flames of light engulfing the heavens. Following the incantation, light elements flooded a large area of the sky as flames of light, as if they were surrounding us. Before this attack, Bai Er knew that a pure defense was far too passive, and did not hide his strength, letting out a faint golden radiance from his body. He had his teammates form a defensive line. Holding his knight swords high, he loudly shouted, "Spatial 10-tier slash." He hadn't slashed towards me, but rather at my magic in the sky. The air itself had seemed to have ripped apart, showing 10 cracks in the air. The light elements I dispatched had been completely absorbed within those cracks. It seemed he was also a radiant knight. Shoda truly produces many talented people. In the audience, Teacher Wen's complexion had a huge change. He understood what this signified. This gave me a fright. His mysterious slash and my dimensional decapitator were very similar, except his was much more powerful. I couldn't hesitate anymore. I hurriedly wielded my magic staff's explosive power and turned it into a sword of light before slashing at the opponent. This was my ultimate attack. The previous spell was merely used to confuse the opponent. I didn't know how powerful it would be either. I used this nameless technique with all my strength, consuming nearly all of my magic power as well as my physical strength. Half kneeling, I thought to myself, it's all up to Dongri now. Bai Er shouted, "Not good. Be careful everyone." At the same time, he moved to the front of his battle squad while holding his knight's sword horizontally as it emitted a golden light. Friction sword slash. If he had time to prepare, the outcome would have resulted in a draw. But he had just received a rank 7 spell from me, so he didn't have enough time to react. He couldn't possibly match the ferociousness of my rank 8 fusion attack spell. He will definitely suffer the worst from it. An explosion was let out on the stage, filling the air with smoke. A part of the stage was destroyed. The intense vibrating power threw me toward the rear. Xiaoxi held me, keeping me in place. At that moment, I had released my true killing blow. It was also the final winning strike. 5 faint lights and shadows appeared from behind me and Xiaoxi and flew into the smoke. Immediately, groaning voices came from the smoke. My heart was overjoyed. We had won. Not bad. The lights and shadows just now were something I ordered. Rather, it was Dongri that was always waiting for an opportunity. He had gathered all of his battle spirit and magic power into these 5 arrows. With his elven eyesight in a situation where no one could see clearly, the arrows had become our ultimate attack. Duke Bai Qi and Teacher Wen were both standing on the spectators' platform. The smoke gradually faded away. Bai Er's companions were painfully lying on the floor, their left shoulders all pierced with a short arrow. Bai Er was using his knight's sword to support his body. Similarly, his left shoulder was also pierced with a short arrow. Dongri shouted, "Zhang Gong, we've won." Just as we were about to celebrate, Bai Er's voice resounded, "Although I admire your strategy and strength, you still can't win." Bai Er slowly rose, the spectators exclaimed in surprise. He used his right hand to pull out the arrow shaft, not letting out any blood. It was clear that he used battle spirit to seal his acupuncture point. He faintly said, "Actually, if this was an ordinary match I would have already admit defeat. Because you started off leniently, apart from me, no one else would have been able to resist those magic arrows." He emphasized those last 2 words. Volume 3, Chapter 28, The Competition's End. Volume 3, Chapter 28, The Competition's End. He coldly looked at me and asked, "Zhang Gong, am I correct?" Shakily, I stood up from Xiaoxi's embrace. After swaying a second, Xiaoxi immediately supported me. I wiped the dried blood from the corner of my mouth and answered with a bitter smile, "You're right." But nevertheless I still hadn't achieved my expected result, otherwise you'd be on the floor. Bayer smiled, saying, "To tell the truth, I really admire you, because the day before yesterday, you arduously prevailed over the prince's team. Of course, I believed that today it would be impossible for you to have any strength left to resist. I certainly didn't expect that we would actually suffer a loss of 4 men. If I weren't fighting for my father's honor, I certainly wouldn't still be competing with you." I felt that his current words were a mockery. I waved my hand and coldly said, "Stop talking. These words have no use. Did you believe that we would lose the will to fight? Are you certain you will win? Then come. We will not concede. Beat me until I can no longer stand." Xiaoxi and Dongri supported me from my left and right side. I whispered in a voice only they could hear, "I can no longer fight. You two go. You must defeat him." Dongri loosed his bowstring as fast as lightning, each draw showing an afterimage of an arrow flying straight toward Bayer. Bayer smiled dimly and said, "Still have tricks up your sleeve?" His hand was not idle, quickly intercepting arrows flying towards him with his knight sword. The elf arrow's powerful impacts forced Bayer to step back. He couldn't help but praise it, "Such great arrow technique, you are the best archer I've ever seen. I am unable to avoid your arrows at all. If there is an opportunity, one will surely have you join my second, Earth Dragon, Corps." Coming from an enemy, Dongri naturally believed Bayer was mocking him. Putting away his bow, Dongri brandished a knight's longsword and charged at Bayer. I immediately said, "Xiaoxi, go with him. He can't go alone." Xiaoxi helped me sit on the ground, and also joined the battle. Although Xiaoxi was inferior to Bayer by only 1 rank, in a true fight, the difference was even greater. Bayer effortlessly dealt with their combined attack and simultaneously said, "Zhang Gong, why aren't you summoning the magic beast you used the other day? That is the only way you can win." I bitterly smiled. "If I could summon Xiaojin, would you still be so provocative?" Currently, the magic power within my body had been completely exhausted. What could I use to deal with him? Seeing I did not reply, Bayer naturally guessed that I was unable to summon Xiaojin and strengthened his assault. Just as he was about to finish Xiaoxi and Dongri, I hurriedly said, "Xiaoxi, hold him back, Dongri, shoot arrows." Hearing my words, Dongri withdrew from the fray and readied his bow, letting loose an arrow. He couldn't have given Bayer a greater headache. Bayer loudly yelled, "Profound Thunder Leopard Sword Technique, Furious Leopard's Violent Thunder." The knight's sword in his hand turned into a barrage of arrows and casted them towards Dongri and Xiaoxi. Dongri's arrows were shattered the Bayer's sword barrage. Xiaoxi blocked off a majority of its power. The two were sent flying simultaneously by the tyrannical force of the blow. A rain of blood scattered, filling the sky. At the seats for distinguished guests, Teacher Wan and Dike Bai Chi were still standing. When I saw Xiaoxi and Dongri again, they were lying on the floor next to me, covered all over with cuts and bruises. Dongri had already lost consciousness. Xiaoxi wasn't completely lucid. His armor was smashed and scattered. The knight's sword was barely in his grasp. It's over. It's all over. Are we truly unable to defeat Bayer? Bayer advanced 2 steps and said with an apologetic voice, "Forgive me. I hadn't meant to use such a great maneuver. As Dongri's arrows are truly difficult to deal with, I had no choice but to use that technique. You should now concede. The only person that could currently move was me. I cannot lose." Never in my entire life had I thirsted more for victory. In the face of such a difficult victory, I had unexpectedly stood up. Looking coldly at Bayer, I tremblingly lifted my magic staff and began chanting, "Almighty God of creation, I humbly request your assistance. Use your endless power and open my life's origin." Just as I said this, a tall shadow of a man appeared behind me and used his palm to chop at my neck. I groaned and fainted onto the ground. It was Teacher Wen that appeared at that crucial moment. He emotionally held me as I was fainting, murmuring, "Foolish child, how are you so stupid? How could you possibly use life magic?" If I were a step slower, I would have eternally been unable to forgive myself. Tears flowed from the corners of Teacher Wen's eyes. Truly, I had wanted to use life magic to arouse my latent life energy. However, the damage would have been at least the loss of half of my life's energy. Even so, I had wanted to pay the cost of my life. It was fortunate that Teacher Wen had heard my incantation in time to stop me. The audience observing the fight were in a tremendous uproar. A great many people recognized Li Kuan. They all loudly shouted, "Foul! Foul!" The referee walked over and respectfully asked, "Honored principal, what are you?" Teacher Wen held me and stood up. He waved his hand, saying, "I conceded on behalf of the Brilliance team." He turned his head toward Bai Er and said, "I will go to your father and acknowledge my error." Bai Er had wanted to say something, but seeing Wen's remorseful complexion, he had refrained from saying anything. The competition ended with our crushing defeat. I regained consciousness. Where is this? Such an unfamiliar place. I turned my sore neck and looked around. It was a very large room. Apart from mine, there were 4 more beds, each with a member of the brilliant battle squad lying in them. Gao De and Xing were chatting. As for Dong Ri and Xiu, I didn't know whether they were sleeping or still knocked out. I painfully groaned. Xing said, Zhang Gong is awake. Boss Zhang Gong, how are you feeling? Ha? When have I become your boss? I weakly said, I'm not dead yet. How did we get here? What happened in our last match? Xing sighed and started talking about what happened after we lost consciousness. It turned out that after the competition had concluded, King Shoda had heard of our tenacious spirit and had us specially recover inside the Imperial Palace under the treatment of Imperial physicians. Something else that amazed me was that Duke Baichi hadn't pressed Teacher Wen for an apology. He had only said that the matter was over. Hearing that Teacher Wen hadn't been humiliated, I let out a long sigh and said with regret, "This is all because I failed to accomplish what was expected of me. It seems the path I must walk is still quite long." Xing chuckled and sincerely said, "That's enough, Zhang Gong. Right now, I am dead set on serving you. With our strength, we actually managed to beat the prince's squad. That was something that already surprised me, but even more so you 3 had managed to almost defeat the Wind Dragon squad. I heard from Teacher Wen that had he not stopped you, you would have used life magic. You are truly too competitive. If it weren't for you, I fear our combined strength would have been far too lacking. When we prevailed over the prince's squad, Gaudi and I, even Boss Xiu had decided that we must have follow and accompany you on your adventures. We would follow no other person but you." Volume 3, Chapter 29, A Journey's Preparation. Volume 3, Chapter 29, A Journey's Preparation. Xing words gave me a burst of warmth. Smiling, I said, "Be at ease. We're all part of the same battle squad, so I'll never forget any of you." Dong Ri and Xiu, what's the situation? Although the injuries were very severe, they weren't life-threatening. So we'll be fine after some rest. Enough talk. You should go rest now and I'll call you once it's time to eat. Alright, I'm really struggling to keep my eyes open, so I'll sleep first. All of the problems have been resolved. While not perfect, it was still satisfactory. Feeling relaxed and at ease, I quickly entered the land of dreams. After an unknown amount of time passed, I smelled a fragrant scent. The alluring scent which woke me from my dreams. I opened my eyes in a dazed manner. Wah! Everyone is already eating right now. I feebly asked, is there any for me? I'm so hungry. Teacher Wen was also present in the room. After seeing that I had awoken, he smiled and said, "You awoke just as I was about to call you. You truly are too gluttonous. Get up and eat then. A maid helped me into a half-sitting, half-lying position before putting a small table over the bed. She brought over a bowl of thick soup and a few pastries. I shamefully said, "I'm sorry, Teacher One, I didn't accomplish the mission." Teacher One lightly shook his head saying, "Child, you have already done extraordinarily well. However, in the future you can't rashly use your life magic, otherwise I wouldn't be able to face Lao Yun." Bai Chi isn't that unreasonable either. If it had been a fair match, we definitely would have won. In fact, losing might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Your defeat has let you all learn where you are lacking. So in the future you must diligently practice. Let's eat now. His last few words were directed at everyone. I was already unable to speak anymore due to the excessive amount of drool in my mouth. The pale yellow soup's aroma assaulted my nostrils as I drank. Wah! So tasty! I couldn't help but ask, "What soup is this? It's so delicious." Xiaoxi answered, "This is a secret recipe of the royal court called the immortal soup. It was made using numerous kinds of wild animals, mushrooms, ancient mountain ginseng, reishi mushrooms, young deer antlers, fleeceflower root and many other precious high-grade medicinal ingredients and stewed for a long time. It's extremely expensive. But this time it's for you." Ha ha. My face blushed red as I mumbled to myself, "How can you say it's only for me? Aren't you all drinking it too?" Everyone burst into laughter from amusement. I couldn't help but laugh as well, and only stopped after it began hurting. Like this thick soup, our companionship was covering the room. After going through a trial of life and death together, our relationship has grown much closer. Like a tornado, I quickly finished my food while everyone else was still eating. I looked around and saw that Dongri was the slowest eater of them all. I asked him, "Are your pastries tasty?" Dongri laughed when he saw my gluttonous expression and said, "Here." I accurately caught the pastry he threw with my mouth. I turned around and said to Xiaoxi, "Wow. Xiaoxi, your soup is so different from mine. What kind of flavor does it have?" Nobody could bear it after hearing my words. Gouda had pastry crumbs falling from his mouth. Sorrowfully, I said, "Don't let your food go to waste if you're not eating it." In the end, Teacher One had to break up our circle. "Ah, Zhang Gong. If you want to kill them, then you can continue speaking. Their wounds will open up at this rate. You should just eat a bit less since your body is already so weak. Eating too much will actually be bad for you." After hearing Teacher Wen's words, I could only lie down in dissatisfaction. I've never eaten such good food before. I'll definitely eat a lot more during the next meal. When no one was paying attention, I stealthily told the maid to have the chef prepare more food for me next time. Every day we had a great nourishing meal and soon the majority of everyone's injuries were healed. After 10 or so days, we had basically fully recovered. However, I really didn't want to recover so quickly. I still hadn't eaten enough of the royal palace's gourmet food. Today Teacher Wen brought us to see the king after seeing that we had nearly fully recovered. I thought it would be like this. We couldn't possibly have eaten such good foods for free. Obviously, we had to pay our respects to him. I felt that the royal palace was very similar to a maze. In just a few minutes I had already become confused. The others weren't faring any better either. We arrived in front of an extremely grand and magnificent building. I heard from Teacher Wen that this was the king of Shioda's reception hall. After everyone entered, Teacher Wen instructed us all to kneel down. We followed him and shouted out, "Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king!" After finished shouting this, I stealthily lifted my head and stole a glance. This is the king of Shioda? Sitting on the royal throne was a gorgeously dressed man that looked to be in his 70s. He was sitting upright with lights glittering in his eyes. No need to be so polite. You may all rise. Shoda's king clearly recognized our worth as he asked us if we wished to take a position as government officials. No one uttered a word for a long time. I discovered that they were all looking at me. Ah, what are you all doing looking at me? I'm not even a citizen of Shoda, yet I'm still forced to wear the crown of their boss on my head. You should decide for yourselves. It's only that we are still young and the tournament has shown us how inadequate our skills are. We still had much to learn. Their future martial skills will definitely be of service to the kingdom. Seeing this, Teacher Wen secretly chuckled. Fortunately, the king of Shoda was really open-minded. He didn't pose any difficulties for us at all. He only said a few words of encouragement before letting us take our leave. We finally returned to Teacher Wen's small wooden cabin. Although there weren't any delicious foods left, I still felt good here due to all of the freedom here. After returning, the 5 of us were inseparable. Every day we would train both our bodies and our martial skills together. I taught them some of the basics of light magic while also learning a lot from them and Teacher Wen. Time quickly passed by and unknowingly, 3 months passed by. Although I didn't want to separate from my close comrades, I still had to go accomplish my mission. I found Teacher Wen and told him, "Teacher, thank you for instructing and taking care of me these past few days. I think it's time for me to depart now and accomplish the mission entrusted to me by Teacher D." Teacher Wen patted my shoulders and said with a sigh, "Truthfully, I don't want to part with you. Right now you're just like my own student." Smiling, I said, "I have always been your student. I will still return in the future and visit all of you." Teacher Wen sighed and said, "Fine then. Go talk with everyone else and pack up. You can leave tomorrow." I nodded before heading toward the courtyard. Unexpectedly, they weren't sad at all after I told them that I had to leave to finish the mission Teacher D entrusted to me. This made me a bit depressed. I returned to my room to pack up my things and prepared to set off on my journey the next day. Volume 3, Chapter 30, Visiting Shan Yun. Volume 3, Chapter 30, Visiting Shan Yun. After I returned to my room, I sat on the bed, thinking about all that happened during my time in Shoda. Not only did I meet Big Brother Zhanhu there, but my magic power had also reached a new level. I also learned a few simple martial skills. My ascending dragon's judgment had nearly reached the realm of purification. I should roughly have a knight's strength. Everyone was amazed at the rate of my battle spirit advancement. Only I knew that my battle spirit and powerful spirit power were inseparable. Now I will depart. Oh, that's right, speaking of Big Brother Zhanhu, I still hadn't looked for his father on his behalf. I'll take a trip to the prince's mansion. I casually heard that the prince's mansion was in the southeast of Shoda City. What name would I have to use so that the prince would see me? As I was thinking of this, I recalled someone, Shan Yun Shoda. He's Big Brother Zhanhu's elder brother and we had exchanged hands before. Requesting to see him should be fine. I'll see how the situation is first and whether or not I can see the prince. I arrived at the prince's mansion gate and asked for a servant to help me request an audience with the young Prince Shan Yun. Not a formal meeting, but to personally meet with Shan Yun. Seeing my happy appearance, Shan Yun had also smiled. "Ah, Zhang Gong, it's you. A rare visitor, indeed. Come quickly. Let's go in and have a chat." I courteously said, "This is truly embarrassing. I didn't mean to bother you. Don't mention it. In all my life, those I had admired the most were the strong. Only those stronger than me can accompany me and be my friend. Regardless of what you think, I already regard you as my friend." Ha ha. He was truly forthright. Hearing his words, I was secretly happy. Smiling, I said, "I am also very happy to have you as my friend. The match the other day was because of good luck, we won by a fluke. Had you fused with your magic beast at the start, I fear we would have been finished." While we were talking, we entered the prince's mansion. It was very large. The mansion's architecture was extremely grand, encasing the courtyard. Although it wasn't as large as the imperial palace, it can also be said to be a small maze. Shan Yun said, "About that, your magical beast is very formidable too." "What kind of magical beast is it?" Xiao Jin was currently still lying dormant inside my body. I scratched my head, and embarrassingly said, "It's a snake-type magic beast. It grew relatively big, that's all. Although its might is not small, it spends far too much of my magic power. After that match, it fell dormant, absorbing my magic power. In fact, on that day had you persevered a moment longer, it would no longer have had any power. That's why I said winning was just as result of luck." Shan Yun brought me to his room, then we chatted about all sorts of things for a bit. From our chat, I could tell that Shan Yun and Big Brother Zhan Hu had very similar natures. Clenching my teeth, I resolved myself. "Big Brother Shan Yun, I have a matter to discuss with you." "Don't you have a younger brother?" Hearing my words, Shan Yun excitedly asked me, "Do you have news of Jingyun?" "Wah! Settle down a bit. I can't endure the strength of a radiant knight." Embarrassed, Shan Yun released his hands. I continued speaking, "Actually, I came to Shoda City as his replacement to tell you all that he is well. I'm also here to see how his home is for him." Shan Yun emotionally said, "Then why didn't he come himself? Where is he right now?" I humbly shook my head and said, "I can only tell you that he is well right now. I promised him I wouldn't tell anyone about where he is right now. He still hasn't settled his previous matter. Wait until I help him settle it, then he will definitely return." Shan Yun said with a sigh, "It's all because of his earth dragon Xiaozhan. Jingyun truly is too foolish. At that time we weren't any good either. We didn't show enough care for him to the extent that he left a message and ran away. Actually, father didn't blame him at all. Who could possibly never make a mistake? Jingyun was the most gifted of us three brothers, but it's sad that he's now like this. Since you promised to not reveal his whereabouts, I won't force you. When you see him you must tell him to hurry home and that everyone misses him." I nodded and said, "I'm relieved then. I'll go back and explain this to Big Brother Zhan Hu. I forgot to tell you, me and him have already become sworn brothers. You're my big brother's elder brother, so you're also my elder brother." "Ha ha. Wait until Big Brother Zhan Hu reaches the level of Radiant Knight, then he will definitely return. That day isn't too far off either. His Highness the Prince, how is he? Is his body healthy?" Shan Yun said, "Father's body is outstandingly robust. It's just that he's aged a lot. Although he hasn't said it, I know that he really misses Jingyun." I said, "That's right. Big Brother Shan Yun, don't tell the prince about Big Brother Zhang Hu yet. Give me 1 year's time after I depart from here, I will definitely help you bring back Big Brother Zhan Hu." "All right. You've convinced me. I'm extremely grateful to you that you worried so much about our family's matters. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything in the future. I will support you with all my strength. This is the token of my second legion. Within Shoda it has a lot of influence. Hold on to it and use it properly in the future." I also dropped formalities and extended my arm toward him. "Right, Big Brother Shan Yun, I will be leaving first." "I am leaving tomorrow. I still have to tell everyone else." Shan Yun accompanied me to the gates, then I returned to the academy on the same road from which I came. The wooden room had one more person, Hong Shuihualuan. Last time, it was because of her that we were stirred to compete. Here she comes again. Hopefully she won't cause any trouble this time. Not waiting for me to say anything, she called out to me first, "Zhang Gong, you returned? I heard you are leaving tomorrow. I am truly sorry for what happened previously." Aside her, Teacher Wen smiled and said, "Today you've already apologized many times. You aren't to blame for this." I indifferently replied, "Hello Miss Hualuan. Dongri is my good brother. You ought to know his temperament, so if you truly like him, then you must properly take care of him in the future. I don't want my brother to suffer any grievances. I'll be going in to rest then. I still have to set off tomorrow. My playful words caused Dongri and Hong Shui blush a deep red. Even the taciturn Xiaoxi smiled, saying, Zhang Gong's words are truly straightforward, I'm impressed. Ha ha. Even Xing and Gauda were loudly jeering. Hong Shui said with a red face, there's no one else here, so you're all bullying me. Although her mouth said these words, my profound words have already been printed within her heart. Hong Shui secretly resolved herself that from now on, she must make Dongri accept her and quickly make him stop feeling inferior. She will fearlessly confront the future. However, Dongri was thinking of something entirely different, and that was to escape. Volume 3, Chapter 31, Traveling Together. Volume 3, Chapter 31, Traveling Together. At dawn, I finished packing my baggage and arrived at Teacher Wen's room to bid him farewell. Teacher Wen handed a letter to me, saying, this is for Lao Luan and everyone there. Be careful on your journey. Regardless of whether or not you finish your mission, you should return a bit earlier. You don't have to come here. Going out for such a long time, your family must be very worried. Remember to stay safe. My eyes grew hot as I recalled all these past days. I held Teacher Wen's hand, saying, Teacher Wen, I will definitely come back to see you. Take care of your health. I'm going now. Teacher Wen gave me a sly smile and said nothing else. I did not see Dongri and the rest. Forget it, I won't wait for them. I put my things into my dimensional pocket and wore my clothes. It's time to leave this place. I spent about a year here and am reluctant to leave. While I walked, I recalled all of the friends I made here. My heart felt a sense of loss. I shook my head and said to myself, don't think about it anymore. Everyone has their own path. Because when there are meetings, there are departures. I'll still see them in the future. What? That sign in front of me seems awfully familiar. I approached it and took a look. It's the Mercenary Guild. I recalled my first mission and still hadn't known whether or not I had failed it. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Oh, that's right. I've been here for such a long time and I still hadn't sought out Long Meng. Because I've been so busy, I had quickly forgotten about him. How embarrassing. I'll go in and try my luck. If we meet, it'll be because of fate's will. Entering the Mercenary Guild's gate, I noticed it was much larger than the past guild buildings I've been to. It seems the city was of a different magnitude, it even influenced many industries. I looked in all directions. My luck couldn't possibly be this good. In the middle of this noisy crowd, I saw a familiar, tall figure. I shouted with a loud voice, Long Meng. That tall figure trembled and turned his head. Seeing me, he shouted with pleasant surprise, Zhang Gong, it's you. You came. For such a long period of time, where did you go off to? I believed you had fallen for those bandits' trap. After saying this, he ran over to me and tightly grabbed both my arms. I softly sighed and pretended to be depressed, saying, I didn't come across a trap, I only hadn't been outside for a long time. That's why I hadn't come until now. I am truly sorry. Long Meng laughed straightforwardly and said, it's no problem. It's fine as long as you came. The amount of missions I've completed these past days were no small amount. I'm already a D-rank mercenary. What are you doing now? We were looking for a place to go drink a cup. I can't, I came here to meet with you. I have to go and complete the assignment my teacher had given me. Since I can't go now, next time if matters aren't urgent, I'll definitely accompany you. Long Meng pressingly said with a loud voice, that won't do. It's difficult to see each other. How could I let you leave so quickly? I want to go with you. You are the person I had admired the most in my life. From now on, I won't leave you. Please, no. I'm not some unmarried young woman. Is my sex appeal really that great? I thought about it and then I brought him aside to the corner. His voice was too loud. I didn't want to attract a crowd. I whispered to him, Long Meng. You should know by now that our strengths differ greatly. If I bring you along this time, you aren't going to be of help. It could even put you in great danger. I'm not afraid of danger, so bring me along all right. I beg of you, I'll even listen to whatever you say. Is this not enough? He really is a passionate person. Ah, what's to be done? That's right, there's still that method. I sinisterly smiled and said, then how about this? I'll introduce you to a great teacher and you'll learn martial skills from him. After you've had some accomplishments, then you can come with me. Long Meng doubtfully asked, a great teacher? That's fine. I've always wanted a master to worship. But my martial skill is too mediocre to even have a master look at me. Is there truly a good teacher? I didn't answer him, instead I borrowed a pen from the front desk and wrote a letter. I handed it over to him and explained, hold on to this. Go to the Knights Academy and look for Principal Li Kuan. Hand this letter to him and he will make the arrangements. If the guards do not let you in, just use my name and it'll be fine. Long Meng took the letter and murmured, Knight Academy. That's the martial heaven I have always yearned to study at. Can I really? I truly thank you, Zhang Gong. Then when will you come find me? This was a difficult question for me. I didn't know when I would return either. After muttering to myself for a bit, I told him, I'll come find you in 3 years. You must diligently practice. Anyways, when the time comes, I can go visit Teacher Wen too. Ha ha. How could I have possibly known after returning 3 years later, I had already experienced many great changes. Long Meng reluctantly parted from me as I walked toward the city gate. I walked with my head lowered. Suddenly, I felt a formidable grandeur blocking my path. I attentively retreated a few steps back. As I raised my head, I was shocked. A row of figures was standing in front of me. Not a single one of them was lacking. It was Shosi, Dongri, Xingao, and Gouda. It seems they have come to send me off. You've all come, and here I was thinking you weren't going to see me off. Naturally, I was exceptionally happy, but I was left staring at them slack-jawed once I heard their words. Shosi said, how are you so slow? We already waited half a day for you. Let's go. Let us, Captain. He still wore a sinister smile after he finished talking. What? What is this about us setting off? You guys, it couldn't be. After glancing at each other, they all simultaneously began grinning and said in unison, we want to go with you. Ha ha. After hearing them utter these words in unison, I still clearly didn't fully understand. I just mechanically said, what has Teacher Wen done now? He consented to this? Xingao said smiling, of course he agreed. Otherwise we wouldn't be here. Let's go. Captain, no, everyone unanimously decided to have our brilliant battle squad become the Zhang Gong's Bro Harem Brilliant Mercenary Company. It is better to travel like this. When we run out of money, we can make some spending money. You are the commander. Xiao Si is the vice commander. It was only then that I understood the meaning behind Teacher Wen's furtive smile when I was leaving. It looks like that old man wants his disciples to go on a journey with me. Pretty good. With this many people our safety will increase by a lot. Furthermore, they all possess formidable strength. Sighing, I said, then there's truly nothing to be done about it then. Let's go then everyone. They all let out a cheer since they originally thought I wouldn't be willing to take them along with me. This time they're all very satisfied. Just like this, we cheerfully set foot onto the road of our true journey. Volume 3, Chapter 32, Arriving at Dalu. Volume 3, Chapter 32, Arriving at Dalu. I lead them straight towards the border of Shioda and Xianxia. At the beginning they thought I had walked in the opposite direction. It was only after I explained that I had to go find someone that they understood. I promised Big Brother Zhanhu that after my business in Shioda was over, I would first find him and tell him about the circumstances of his family. Although we had to travel a farther distance, they didn't say anything. On the journey, I felt that they only came to sightsee. Although Xing'ao and Gaoda were each nearly 30 years old, both acted like children. And whenever Dongri found something new, he immediately talked about it with others. Likewise, the always earnest Xiuxi had relaxed very much. After an unceasing trudge, we finally arrived at our destination. Just as we entered the mountain, we encountered some trouble. 20 or so people jumped down from the trees and surrounded us. Their boss yelled, "Halt! Is this somewhere you guys should be going? Carefully hand over your money and afterwards turn back. Otherwise you can't blame Uncle for killing you. It seems that we've run into Big Brother's subordinates." I walked in front to take a look. Isn't this the guy that was at Big Brother's side from last time? I didn't know if he still recognized me. Without waiting for me to say anything, he loudly said, "Ah, is that second boss?" Shocked, I violently fell and said, "When did I become the second boss?" That bandit said, "Ah, it really is you, second boss." Calling me this, when I looked at everyone, they suspiciously glanced at me. I quickly grew faint. Please don't think of me as some bandit leader. Don't call me the second boss. Is Big Brother Zhanhu well? You're the sworn brother of our boss, so of course you're the second boss. The boss talks about you often daily. You've returned now, so hurry up and go. Brothers, open up a path for the second boss. What happened afterwards is unclear. We just followed the 20 or so people into the mountain while I explained to everyone the events through which I came to know Zhanhu. They all wanted to quickly meet this heaven knight who could match my martial arts. Just as we arrived into the village, Zhanhu came out and welcomed us. It seems that his scouts reported truly fast. I quickly rushed up and stopped to embrace him. I emotionally said, "Big brother, I've returned." Good, good, good. It's good that you've returned. Go. We'll talk at home. After returning to Zhanhu's thatched cottage, I introduced everyone to him. Big Brother was extremely happy to meet others from his hometown, so he brought out a scrumptious feast in our honor. At the wine table, seeing Big Brother's impatient expression, I knew what he wanted to ask. I smiled and said, "Big Brother, your house is in good condition. After we finished eating, we'll talk in detail." Zhanhu immediately calmed down. During this meal, everyone was in very high spirits. Everyone called Zhanhu Big Brother. Today Zhanhu intentionally drank less. I also only tasted it. Night time. Everyone had already entered into the land of pleasant dreams. Zhanhu and I went to a small hill. On top of the hill I began explaining the events that happened in the short period of time I had been away. He was extraordinarily happy when he heard that his second brother already reached the rank of a radiant knight, and he was very anxious when he heard I received a serious injury. Big Brother Shan Yun said they really miss you. All along they haven't blamed you. Will you return home earlier? He promised for the time being that he won't speak of you to His Majesty the Prince. I feel like you should return. It has already been many years. Zhanhu sighed and said, "I really should go back and take a look. Father is so old now. This unfilial son mustn't let that old man grieve any longer. Once you've obtained the holy sword, I'll go back." Ah. Big Brother, you want to go too? You don't need to. You should immediately return to Shioda. Foolish brat, is the holy sword really that easy to obtain? You are certain to come across danger after danger. If I don't accompany you, how would I feel at ease? You don't need to urge me, as I intend to. Big brother. I emotionally embraced his thick and broad shoulders speechlessly. When we departed the next day, we had a new member among our ranks. Everybody held Zhang in extremely high esteem since he was my big brother. Thus, we set off on a long journey of learning. Originally it was supposed to be a one-man journey, but now it has turned into a journey of 6 people. I don't know if this would go against Teacher D's intention, but everybody was too enthusiastic for me to refuse them. I had already tried to persuade Big Brother to stay and lead his village. However, his answer was too good. He said that in these last few years the village had saved up not a small amount of money, so he would tell them to not go out hunting while he was gone. What else could I say to him? Like that, we head straight to the Kinna province of the Dalo Kingdom. This was the only clue that Teacher D had given me. The route was not short at all. The kingdom of Dalu was on the other side of Shoda. In other words, we have to pass through the entire kingdom of Shoda. When we set out, everyone picked a fine horse from Zhang's bandit village. Apart from me, they were all knights, each capable of expertly controlling a horse. I have never rode on a horse before, yet they gave me the tallest, strongest horse. Just as we had started, without even traveling far, my whole body ached. Do I use battle spirit to protect my body? I could no longer stand it and decided this time to learn how to ride a horse. Following everyone's continuous guidance, I can now barely keep up and I no longer feel tired. I originally thought of talking about letting me use teleportation magic to follow them, but everyone unanimously disagreed. That is why I had no choice but to suffer through this bitter hardship. After nearly 2 months of trudging along, we finally arrived at the border of the Dalo Kingdom. I looked at the map. This province was still 400 kilometers away. In front of us should be the Manhwa city. I faced everyone and said, once we've entered the city ahead of us, we'll rest properly for 2 days. This short period of madly rushing forward has nearly exhausted me to death. Xianxia replied with a smile, the magnificent Magister is so exhausted. What a pity that you don't know wind magic, otherwise you could just fly. Xianxia's words reminded me of something. As we all continued walking towards Manhwa city, I asked Big Brother Zhang, I heard from my teacher once that once your martial skill reaches a certain level, you'll be able to use your battle spirit to fly. Is that true? Zhang replied to me in astonishment, I didn't expect you to even know this. It's possible to fly using battle spirit, but you need to have the strength of at least a Heaven Knight. This is also the origin of the name Heaven Knight. I excitedly asked, then you and Xiaoxi can fly? Xiaoxi interrupted from the side saying, that's right. But I can only fly about 5 kilometers before my battle spirit is exhausted. Big Brother Zhang should be able to fly a bit longer. It's not that much further. Big Brother Zhang modestly said. I yearningly said, I truly envy you. It really feels nice to fly in the sky. Volume 3, Chapter 33, Resting at Manhwa. Volume 3, Chapter 33, Resting at Manhwa. Smiling, Zhang said, what's so good about it? We can't fly like you mages, slow and lasting while admiring the scenery. Using battle spirit to fly consumes it quickly. That's why we rush forward with all our might. We can't appreciate the feeling of flying at all. In any case, being able to fly is great. I don't know when my martial skill will reach such a level. Dongri said, enough, You're already frightening enough. You aren't even 20 years old yet, and you've already become a Magister. You still want to become a Sky Knight? You're asking for too much. Dongri's words were approved by everyone. Even Zhang said that I shouldn't reach too far and concentrate on learning magic. Although I was the strongest in the company, I was youngest apart from Dongri. What could I say to them? I could only obediently let the matter of flying go. Manhwa City was the first city we arrived at in the Dalo Kingdom. It truly deserves to be called a kingdom of commerce. Within this border town, trade was flourishing greatly. The main street was bustling with noise and excitement. It seemed that everyone was immersed in the pleasures of buying and selling. We first looked for a relatively good hotel to settle in. In any case, we weren't lacking money. I hadn't even made a dent in the 1,000 diamond coins that Teacher D had given me when I left home. Not to mention the sizable sum that big brother Jean who brought along. After eating dinner, we all gathered together to discuss our future course of action. I spread out the map on the table. Pointing at the area representing Dalu, I said, "Everyone look. Right now we are here. 400 kilometers south is where the Kinna province is." Teacher D said that the Holy Sword was somewhere in a valley in the Kinna province. We will have to search through these forests. Does anyone have any questions? Junhu said, "This map of yours is too general. I feel like it would be best to buy a map of the Kinna province. We should mark the places where it could be and search them one by one. How about it?" Everyone immediately approved of Junhu's ideas. Shosi said, "Right now, this is all we can do. Our clues are too few. We can only search by throwing a net and thoroughly search every bit. No matter what, we can't leave out any suspicious areas." Dongri said, "Currently with our strength, we should be able to deal with any danger. What we should be most worried about is not finding the place." I let out a breath and said, "All right. Let's go, Dongri. First we'll find by a map of Kinna province and then we'll discuss this further. Everyone else should rest first. After we come back, let's go eat." Dongri and I arrived at the bustling main street. A few casual questions led us to a small map store. I looked everywhere inside and saw maps of every place. The shopkeeper walked by and asked, "Sirs, where would you like a map of?" The maps at this store are the most complete. We basically have maps of the whole continent, even the West continent is no exception. I said, surprised, "Oh. You even have maps of the West continent? Could you let me look at them?" The demon race and beast clans were a mystery to me. That is why I wanted to see if there was a difference in the terrain of the East continent. The shopkeeper brought over a small cylinder sealed on both sides. Opening a side revealing a map made from sheepskin rolled inside. It appeared a bit yellow. It should be quite a few decades old. After handing over the map to me, he said, "Sir, this was passed down from my ancestry. This is a map of the West continent from 200 years ago. Currently, the West continent should have changed to some extent, but its approximate locations should still be correct." I took the map. It was drawn meticulously. There were many small regions on it. On the middle left of the map I found the demon race's capital, Saden City. I couldn't help but recall the stunningly beautiful woman of the demon race that I came across. Could she be there now? Thinking of her stunningly beautiful appearance, I could not help but stupidly space out. Zhang Gong. Zhang Gong, what are you doing? What are you looking for on the map of the West continent? Quickly finish our business here. Dong Ri reminded me from the side. I was roused from my fantasy. "Ah? What did you say?" "Oh, I know. Shopkeeper, could you bring us a map of the Kinna province? I also want this map of the West continent. How much will it cost altogether?" The shopkeeper said, "A map of the Kinna province is 2 copper coins. This map of the West continent will cost you 2 diamond coins." Dongri said loudly, 2 diamond coins? You may as well rob us. Zhang Gong, give that map back to him. I held out my hand to block Dongri. From my chest pocket, I took out my amethyst card and handed it over to the shopkeeper. With the look of the amethyst card, the shopkeeper knew that we weren't any ordinary people. With a smile reaching across his face, he said, "Truly, this humble man had eyes but could not recognize him to tie." I will gift the map of the Qinna province to you, but for this West Continent map. I impatiently waved my hand and said, its price is its price. Hurry up. Seeing that I truly wanted to buy this, Dongri said no more. After the shopkeeper finished the payment with the amethyst card, he respectfully returned it to me. I placed the map of the West Continent in my dimensional pocket. With the map of the Qinna province in hand, Dongri and I returned to the inn. While walking, I asked Dongri, when you left, you didn't tell that little sister, Hong Shui, did you? Ha ha. With a bitter smile, Dongri said, don't make fun of me about that. When I came, I didn't tell her. What is the status of her house? And what is my status? It's not possible for us. That's enough already. You're saying it again. We've told you how many times? Don't feel so inferior. You are no different from other people. Just say whether or not you like Hong Shui. Dongri's face grew red and evasively said, it could happen. Hee, that's what you call liking her. I see Hong Shui also really likes you. What could be happier than a harmonious couple? Go after her already. Teacher One will surely act as your host. This time, you left without saying anything. Hong Shui will feel sad not knowing. When we go back, you'll have to go beg for forgiveness. Embarrassed, Dongri said, let's talk of this when we return. On the way, Dongri said nothing more. It seems that he was thinking about little sister Hong Shui. I did not bother him further. Returning to the hotel, Big Brother Jean, who saw my holding the map and said with a smile, you bought it at last. Put it down, let's go eat first. We're about to starve. Let's continue discussing the map after we return. We looked for a quiet table to sit at the inn's restaurant. We ordered an impressive meal and began to comfort our stomachs. In these many days, we did not have a single delicious meal. The meal was eaten in a frenzy and costed no less than 40 gold coins. The food truly made our hearts ached. Volume 3, Chapter 34, Nature Elves. Volume 3, Chapter 34, Nature Elves. After we returned to room, I unfolded the newly bought map of the Qinna province. Whoa, this Qinna province isn't small at all. There are 8 cities along with many forests and valleys of all sizes. Xingao exclaimed, there are so many forests and valleys. How will we ever find it? Xiaoxi was still calm. He thought about it and said, seeing the map as it is, we should split each valley into pieces and search them one by one. We should start this as soon as possible. As he said this, he pointed at the southmost forest of Qinna. 2 days later, our party of 6 arrived at the edge of the Qinna province's Longjing forest. Finally, we started our true adventure. Because we were going through forests and valleys, we rode to the closest town by horse and prepared a sufficient amount of food, water, and a few other essential goods for the wilderness. After we advanced to the Longjing forest, we found the food to be too lacking. When we were hungry, we went hunting. We did not come across any dangers on our journey. We only encountered the occasional small animal, keeping us company. After the nth time I took out the map, I said to Zhanhu, Big Brother, look. We are currently here. If we continue forward, we'll enter the depths of the Longjing forest. Zhanhu nodded. Suddenly he felt something amiss and turned his head, calling out to everyone, careful. There may be dangers ahead of us. As he said this, he took out his knight's sword. I had also felt a formidable force lingering nearby. I did not know whether it was friend or foe. O great light elements, I requested you to transform into a divine radiance, expel all evil. This is large area light exorcism spell. A dazzling radiance emitted from my body, enveloping an entire 100-meter radius. A cold and gloomy voice came from the depths of the forest, ignorant humans, who allowed you to come here and sully my sacred, pure lands. If you do not immediately withdraw, you shall forever remain here. This is your final warning. Next to me, it was as if Dong Ri was suddenly hit by evil and became distracted. Then he walked to the very front of the group and deeply bowed his body to the depths of the forest. "Excuse me, are those in front of us, elves?" As we saw Dong react as such, we did not stop him and only calmly looked at how he would progress. That gloomy and cold voice returned, "Don't believe you are extraordinary because you know of our identity. If you do not withdraw, I will launch an assault." Dong Ri hastily said, "Wait a moment, I am also an elf." After hearing Dong Ri's words, they did not answer. After a moment, a faint silhouette floated out. Its speed was incomparably fast. It gradually floated toward us. It was a very old elf. Not only that, but it also seems that he should be an ancient race of forest elves because he had wings. Currently, many elves and half-elves no longer had wings. He came close to us and looked at Dong Ri up and down, saying with disdain, "Your kind can be considered elves? You are merely a human assimilated half-elf. For what purpose have you brought this many humans to this elf forest?" Standing on the side, I found those words unacceptable and interrupted, "What's wrong with a half-elf? Everyone has life. What is there that is noble or lowly? Old man, did you purchase this forest? Why do you not let us enter? Unless you have a secret." Hearing my words, the old elf was enraged. With a wave of his hand, he sent a faint green energy towards me. I was taken aback. Could this be an elf's natural power? This kind of extraordinary power lies between martial skill and magic. Only pure elves could use it. I immediately waved my hand, bringing a white energy to face his attack. The formidable power had unexpectedly shocked my body, causing me to sway. This was truly ferocious. I reckon this old elf has at the very least, a magister's strength. To think we would come across such a difficult elf. Seeing me resist his attack, he was very surprised and said, "You aren't so arrogant after all. It turns out you have a bit of skill." In his mind he thought to himself, "If the people of this party are all this powerful, then this will be truly hard to handle." Xiaoxi, who had not said a word all this time, walked over and said to the old elf, "Respected senior, greetings. We are the Brilliant Mercenary Company. We came here with no evil intentions. We were only entrusted with a task to find a certain item. May I ask what this place is?" Xiaoxi's words gave this stubborn elder a way out of embarrassment. With slight embarrassment, he said, "This boy is quite courteous. This place is the outskirts of our elf forest. What are you looking for?" Xiaoxi looked at me and I nodded back to him. Xiaoxi continued, "It is as such. We are looking for the holy sword. Could you give us directions to a clearer path?" After hearing our words, the old elf laughed heartily. After a while, he stopped and said, "You want to find the holy sword by yourselves?" After all these years, with the innumerable thousands that searched for it, not one had succeeded. Hearing that the old elf had unexpectedly known of the holy sword, I hastily asked, "Then do you know where the holy sword is?" The old elf proudly raised his head and said, "Naturally, I know this. If you want me to tell you, that is possible. But first you must help me with a certain matter. After you've finished this, I will tell you." "All right, tell us. We'll give it a try." With the appearance of such an opportunity, we absolutely could not let this go. Xiaoxi unexpectedly said, "Wait a moment. Do you have proof that you truly know the whereabouts of the holy sword? If we complete your task, what's to be done if you don't fulfill your promise?" The old elf's jaw dropped and said, "You believe everyone is untrustworthy as you humans? We elves are always true to our word. I swear on my identity as an elder of the nature elves that so long as the humans before me repel the dark elves' assault, I will tell them the location of the holy sword. If I break my oath, may the heavens' punishment destroy me." Following his word, his body let out an awe-inspiring grandeur. Seeing that he hadn't lied, I said, "Good. We agree. But what is this matter about dark elves? The old elf looked at me and said, "Dark elves have always been our nature elves' mortal enemy. Originally, our strengths were matched. However, recently, without knowing why, this balance was broken. The dark elves' power had suddenly increased greatly. Almost all of the dark elves' powers had greatly increased from before. They beat us back, forcing us to retreat step by step. If this continues, we could face the danger of extermination. I am one of the nature elves' elders. I had originally came out hoping to find an old friend of mine and ask for help. I hadn't expected to come across you." Volume 3, Chapter 35, Elven Dispute. Volume 3, Chapter 35, Elven Dispute. With this said, the elderly elf displayed a human side of him. It appears that he is not incapable of accepting humans. He continued saying, "If it is possible, let us talk as we walk." Saying this, he lightly flapped his elf wings forward, leading the way. I curiously asked, "How are you certain that we aren't villains? Is it not possible that instead we would help the dark elves get rid of you?" The elderly elf laughed and said, "You are truly a child. Do you know how old I am this year? This year I am 1,446 years old. Those of the elven race are all long-lived. I've seen a great deal. If I'm not mistaken, what you just used a moment ago should be like magic. In addition, you should at the very least be at the level of a magister. Those that can use light magic are all of pure and virtuous character. That is the reason why I let you help us." Dong Ri suddenly interrupted, saying, "Do you know which type of elf I am?" It seemed he wanted to ask about his own life. The elderly elf smiled and said, "Of course I know. If we're talking about in general, elves can be divided into two main types. One type is us, nature elves. You are of this type. The other is our enemy, the dark elves. With regards to the number of dark elves on the entire continent, we are the unconditional majority. However, with regards to strength, we can only compare the quantity of pure-blooded elves. This is because only pure-blood elves have the ability to bring out their true fighting strength. For example, you are incapable of using the power of nature." Dong Ri, somewhat disappointed, said, "Then you don't know where I specifically came from?" The elderly elf helplessly said, "There are too many nature elves in this world. If you were a pure elf, I would be able to check. But presently, I'm afraid." Seeing Dong Ri's disappointed appearance, I immediately broke off from this topic and asked, "How many pure-blooded elves does each of the two races have? What about fighting strength?" Right now the population of pure-blooded elves has been greatly thinned out due to many years of campaigning. Each side has about 1,000 pure bloods. The dark elves already attacked our village this morning. The forest this village is located in is actually the most suitable place on this whole continent for elves to reside in. It's because of this that the dark elves are trying to destroy us. With a nod, I said, "Why can't everybody just live together in harmony? With such a large forest, what's there to be afraid of 2,000 people? It's only if you are willing that the rivers of blood will flow." The elderly elf sighed and said, "If everyone thought like you did, the world would have no conflict. I find myself liking you more and more, boy. In that case, I don't dislike you either, old man, huh?" We laughed heartily together. Xiaoxi said, "Senior, how much further until we reach the village? Let's hurry a bit and avoid needless injuries." The elderly elf said, "All right. Follow me closely." He turned into a faint shadow and flew onward. Big Brother Zhan, who followed him up, carrying Xing on his left hand and Dong Ri on his right. Xiaoxi followed closely, carrying Aoda. I ended up leisurely using short-distance teleportation to follow them, neither slowly nor closely. Not knowing how far we traveled, the elderly elf stopped and waited for us to come before him. He gave everyone a favorable smile and slowly walked onward. In front of us is the village's rear. Let's go in and see how it is. Turning at a small hill, an elf village reflected into our eyes. What a large village! It's even larger than Zhan Hu's bandit village. Busy admiring the scenery, we followed the elderly elf into the village. Everyone seemed to be very busy. The elderly elf stopped an adult elf and asked, "Shan Nian, what's the situation?" The fully grown elf named Shan Nian replied, "Third elder, you've returned. Please go over at once. The Dark Elves' king is currently engaging with ours. It is practically a melee." The elderly elf called out to us to advance towards another side of the village. I noticed that all of the elves here have 2 wings. Their capabilities are much greater than that of outside elves. The majority of the elves had swords as their weapon of choice. After arriving in front of 2 battle formations, the battlefield was truly bleak with a dark sky and a black earth. I noticed that there wasn't much of a difference between the dark elves and the nature elves. Nature elves had green hair, blue eyes, and green wings, while dark elves had black hair, violet eyes, and black wings. This was the only difference. Everything was basically the same between them. They both had similar appearances. I looked towards the field and saw 2 adult elves engaged in fierce combat. From their fluctuations of energy, I could tell that they were the kings of each side. On the nature elf side, there were 3 elves about the same age as the elderly elf who were anxiously watching this battle. The elderly elf walked to their side and asked, "What's the situation?" A different elderly elf replied, "Third elder, you've returned. We don't have any reinforcements left and we've already battled 10 times. Unexpectedly, it has been one-sided the entire time. If our king loses again, I fear they will rush forward and beat us all. For the sake of convenient address, the following will be called the Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and the Fourth Elder. The one who brought us over was the Third Elder." Sighing, the Third Elder said, "How did it become like this? Is the difference really that great? Don't tell me. Is this the day our kind is destroyed?" I went up to him and comfortingly said, "Don't worry. We'll definitely help you." The Third Elder appreciatively nodded at me and introduced me to the other 3 elders. At this moment of intense battle, the Nature Elf King grasped his sword in both hands and shouted, "Venerated nature spirits, heed my call, become a destroying power and annihilate the evil before you nature's punishment." Following this, he slashed with his sword and a wave of green energy that hid the sky and covered the earth flew towards the Dark Elf King. In a single breath, the Dark Elf King disdainfully said, "It's been so many years yet we're still going through this routine. You won't do anything else, so I'll let you see my ultimate technique. Endless evil, endless resentment, become the endless darkness and devour everything, endless devourer." An ash-black smog started pouring out of the Dark Elf King's body, covering a large area and charged towards the Nature Elf King with a mournful cry. The 2 energies opposed each other in the sky. The energy emitted by the Nature Elf King was compressed little by little and forced back. It was clearly falling back and it would soon be unable to hold on any longer. Volume 3, Chapter 36, Repelling the Enemy. Volume 3, Chapter 36, Repelling the Enemy. What is this magic? Could this be the Dark Elves' distinctive skill? From the elders' surprised expressions, I could tell that they've never seen this spell before. It was more or less the same as the magic used by that bamboo pole I met from the demon race. Yet it seemed quite different. I don't know how. The Third Elder murmured, "This isn't the power of a dark elf. Where did this evil power come from?" Right at this moment, the Nature Elves King was no longer able to endure and fell, having succumbed to the power of the formidable evil devourer. The 4 Nature Elves elders used their power of nature to catch their king. The dark power still relentlessly pursued him. "It's time for me to lend a hand. O great light elements, I requested you to allow me to borrow your formidable strength. Let the infinite light of the earth shine, brilliant empire." This is a spell I am quite familiar with. I slowly floated from the floor and met the evil power head on. My whole body emitting blinding white light, I raised my head. A third of my magic power came out of the gold dan within my upper dantian and covered my body. I gathered together the energy of the light elements into a pillar of light approximately 2 meters wide and sent it straight forward. My pillar of light and his endless devourer collided into each other. The mist of black ash let out a mournful blood-curdling screech. Perhaps because of the great amount of energy it had just used, it dispersed upon clashing with my brilliant empire. The Dark Elf King immediately brandished his longsword to resist the remaining energy of my brilliant empire. Who are you to dare interfere in a matter between us elves? I faintly smiled. Hello, Dark Elf King. Your question is quite foolish. I am obviously a human. As to why I interfered, it is only natural I have a reason. In such a large elven forest, why can't everyone get along? Killing each other only causes more hurt feelings. The Dark Elf King body let out an evil, icy air and sinisterly said, "What do you understand? This subspecies of elves also deserve to live in this forest? Only we dark elves are the elves' genuine rightful rulers. Tactfully depart at once or else you shall meet a tragic end." Why do the elves care this much about their racial origins? Is there difference between this and the struggle between commoners and nobles? I shook my head inside, saying, "You are truly obsessed and do not understand. You believe that by using power that is not your own, you can take over the elven forest?" The Dark Elf King said with great alarm, "How do you know that I use power that isn't mine?" "Ha, I guessed correctly." I calmly replied to him, "Dark elves should be using dark magic." "But that magic you just used was not dark magic. I will give you an opportunity to quickly leave or else you will suffer the inescapable fate of clan extermination." After I said what I felt, the Dark Elf King felt my words were timid. I covered my body in light elements and chanted, "O great light elements, my friends, bestow me your pure strength, expel all resentment, let the spring winds warm and illuminate the earth, world illumination." This was the most powerful spell I could currently use, a rank 8 support spell. Not only that, but the highest ranked support spell can expel all anomalies from a large area in addition to having a devastating firepower against dark magic. Following my chat, I slowly floated off the floor. My body emitted a pure and holy white radiance. With the continuous magic power flowing out of my body, the white brilliance gradually became a dazzling golden light. While the gold light quickly saturated the white light, it burst forth vertically towards the sky. A golden ray of light of about a diameter of a meter rushed toward the direction of the sun. The Dark Elf King was starting to become scared, but when saw that he had not suffered an attack, he said with disdain, "Was that just to scare? All Dark Elf soldiers, prepare to attack." All of the Dark Elves unfolded a pair of black wings and raised their black long swords. It was during this bloody prelude that something unexpected had happened. The sky suddenly changed color. It was no longer blue, but golden. Golden rays of light illuminated the earth, giving people a feeling of warmth. All of the nature elves, even the Nature Elf King, all felt the beauty of the light. The wounded soldiers gradually recovered their strength and the light dispelled their corruption. But it had an opposite effect for the Dark Elves. Under the illumination of the light, their bodies experienced extreme pain. Even those stronger were unable to bear it. Those weaker had already begun to drop to the floor. The Dark Elf King cried out in alarm, "What did you do? What did you do to my clansmen?" Brandishing his long sword, he threw himself towards me. I lifted my hand and sent out a ray of light, forcing him back. I gently said, "This is light magic, specialized to expel evil." "Stop, Dark Elf King. Could it be that you don't care and wish to see your clansmen suffer in such a way? Could it be you want the Dark Elves to now be exterminated?" Although the Dark Elf King's power was profound, he still felt unwell. He couldn't even produce a half of his might. He hesitated and knew that today, he would not be able to annex the Nature Elves. He hatefully said, "Fine. Withdraw your magic. We will leave." I faintly smiled and withdrew my magic power. I secretly let out a sigh of relief. Actually, the current burden was far too great. In supporting such a large area advanced spell, I had quickly reached my limit. Having them quickly retreat was certainly good. The Dark Elf King gazed at me with great enmity and said, "I will remember this day well. I surely won't let you get away with this. Withdraw." The energy I used to support the spell scattered and floated down to the ground. The nature elves let out an earth-shaking cheer. The third elder came over and gripped my hand and said, "We are truly grateful to you. Or if not for your assistance, we may have not survived this crisis." My body instantly swayed and Dongri immediately came over to supported me. I bitterly smiled and said, "Had they not retreated, I'm afraid we would have had to stake it all. I am nearly exhausted from supporting such a large spell." Lucky, so lucky. The nature elves crowded around us six and returned to the village. The third elder started to frown and worry again. I asked him, "What's wrong?" The Dark Elf King retreated. "Why are you still so worried?" The third elder said, "Although they retreated, a moment ago, our king received a grave injury while fighting. None of our medical treatments have any effect. How could I not worry?" I looked at the magic power within me. I should still have enough to use spiritual restoration without problem. A good person is almost dead. Let's go, I'll go with you to take a look. Volume 3, Chapter 37, Spirit of Hospitality. Volume 3, Chapter 37, Spirit of Hospitality. The third elder and I went to the Nature Elf King's bedroom. Not in the mood for admiring the room's splendor, I tensely walked forward to his bed. All I saw was the pained expression of the Nature Elf King as he constantly moaned and groaned. A faint black gas was leaking out of his face. It seems that his pure nature power and the evil power were currently struggling against each other. I'll help him out then. O great light elements, as your friend, I request you to dispel this evil using your endless strength and save the person before you. This is the strengthened version of my spiritual restoration. Not only was it very effective at recovery, it was also very effective for removing abnormal states. A pure white light was emitted from my hands, covering the whole body of the Nature Elf King. In the wake of the white light, the black gas gradually faded, causing him to become more and more peaceful. After letting out a breath of relief, I faced the third elder and said, "I'm finished. There shouldn't be any more problems now. It's just that His Majesty the Nature Elf King has exhausted his mental strength while I have basically completely healed his body. He only needs to rest now, so we should all leave now." Emotionally, the third elder grabbed my hands, but I stopped speaking and instead dragged him out of the room. I truly can't express how grateful I am. I don't know how to repay you for this favor you have done for us nature elves. It's fine. Just quickly give us some delicious foods and drinks, then arrange a place for us afterwards and you can consider the favor repaid. I'm about to die from exhaustion, so stop holding on to me like an old woman. Let's go. Saying so, I dragged him back to everyone. After the nature elves found out I cured their king, they all began to cheer happily. I couldn't bother with this, so I found a comfortable chair, closed my eyes and began resting. Naturally, I told Dongri that he definitely has to tell me when it's time to eat. So fragrant, very fragrant. What is that smell? My nose had awakened my eyes. Hazily, I saw a big table filled with food. I shook my dazed head a few times and began moving my aching muscles and bones. What delicious foods are these? That smell is so savory. You guys truly aren't acting as brothers. You didn't even tell me. In response, Zhang burst into laughter and said, "Look. It happened just like I said. As long as there are delicious foods, Zhang Gong doesn't even need to be told. Ah, his nose isn't any worse than his magic." Zhang's words caused the whole room to roar in laughter. Embarrassed, I arrived at the seat left for me at the table. It seems that the nature elves really are courteous. Without any formalities, I simply sat down and said, "So what if my nose is good?" "It's only good for finding delicious food." Ah. All of the elders are here. No need to be formal. Go ahead and eat, everybody, no need to wait for me. I grabbed an unfamiliar violet fruit and ate it. Ah, it's so sweet. Its fragrant and sweet juices immediately permeated throughout my body. Simply too splendid. Sitting beside, Dongri nudged me. He was indicating that I should act a bit more elegant. I'll just ignore him. My stomach is already hungry, so how could I still bother with something like that? It's not like this is a marriage interview. The great elder began speaking. Everybody, hurry up and eat. No need for formalities. It was only after his words that everybody finally began moving. The elven banquet had a focus on fruit. The fragrant aroma was actually the various fruits they brewed and fermented, making drinks that were simply too tasty. Mellow and rich fragrant wines were mixed together with all kinds of balmy fruits. After it entered my stomach, a warm current would spread throughout my body from the wine. It was exceptionally comfortable and was very effective at relaxing my fatigued body. Big brother Jean, who simply loved the wine so much that he couldn't part with it. Each drink he took caused the elders to feel a pain in their hearts. I heard from the elders that this fruit wine was very hard to make and they only took it out for the most respected of guests. The wine had some effect of maintaining one's youthful appearance. When the wine first entered the mouth, there wasn't much of an impact, but after a bit, there would be a powerful impact. The elders all continuously urged us to drink a bit less. They really are stingy. Apart from Dongri, we were all becoming drunkards. We were still polite though. I originally wanted to inquire about the holy sword, but after a while I couldn't manage to do it. Forget about it. I'll ask about it tomorrow. Right now I should just replenish my strength. Ha ha. While stroking my round stomach filled with food, an elf led me to my room. To speak the truth, I was very tired. My spiritual strength has already been exhausted. After laying down on the bed, there I began feeling dizzy. It seems that the fruit wine really does have a powerful aftereffect. I examined the state of my magic power and discovered that it's actually quite good. I still have about 30% of it left. With this I'll be able to recover back to 80% tomorrow. While in a daze, I entered the land of dreams. Dawn. I was extremely excited because Xiao Jin had finally awakened from the deep sleep he has been in since the incident at the tournament. Through our spirit connection, I knew that his magic consumption was very great last time, so he had to lay dormant for a while to recover. Now he was basically fully recovered. Xiao Jin is my most powerful assistant, but in a certain sense, Xiao Jin could still be considered very weak. If he didn't have the support of my magic power, he would only be able to endure 3 to 5 minutes of attacks. It really is too short. If we encountered a powerful opponent, he wouldn't have much of an effect. I didn't have a good way to increase his strength either. Forget about it. For the time being, I won't bother with that. Now that I am a magister, I generally didn't need his help. My own magic power was also about the same, it had recovered to about 80%. I let a royal guard elf bring me to find the third elder. We'll have to depart after asking him about the location of the holy sword. The royal guard returned and told me, the elder invites you and your friends to go discuss your matter in the reception hall. I'll lead the way. Following the royal guard, we arrived at a very large building. The third elder welcomed me outside saying, Zhang Gong, you've arrived. I've already told the royal guard to go get your friends, so they should be arriving soon. I politely replied, hello elder. Thank you for yesterday's hospitality. How is His Majesty the Nature Elf King? Plus. Luckily you were there to treat him. Right now His Majesty has already recovered greatly. He's waiting for you inside the building. Then we should quickly enter. Following the third elder, I entered the room. This room is so gorgeous. The floor was made of an unfamiliar stone with 12 pillars surrounding the center. On the roof there was an engraving, and in the middle of the room was an extremely large oval table. Arranged around the table were roughly 30 to 40 chairs. On top of the table there were many different fruits displayed. It seems like they had already prepared for this. The Nature Elf King was seated at the head seat. After seeing me, the Nature Elf King immediately stood up and said, "Magister Wei, you've arrived. Please take a seat." The strength I had revealed yesterday could be seen by anyone with eyes, so I didn't find it strange at all that they knew I was a magister. However, this was the first time anyone had addressed me like this. I wasn't used to it at all. He had me sit to the seat right beside him on his left. "It's fine if you just call me Zhang Gong, Your Majesty." The Nature Elf King didn't take a sit down with me, rather he deeply bowed to me. "I must first thank this powerful magister's kindness for the aid you have given to my people as well as for saving my life." As he walked towards me, I sprang up straight just before I sat down and said, "By all means, you don't have to mention it. Aiding you all is what we ought to have done. We also need some aid from you all, so it's just everyone mutually benefiting. That's all. No need to thank me. Besides, I'm a person who likes peace. So I'm very happy with being able to repel the Dark Elves' assault without causing any deaths." Volume 3, Chapter 38, Guidance to the Next Path. Volume 3, Chapter 38, Guidance to the Next Path. No matter how you say it, without your assistance, we would have suffered a genocide. We still have to thank you. I thought to myself, this Elf King is far too polite, this is truly enough to tire me. Suddenly, I thought of a bright idea. I whispered in voice only he could hear into his ear, "If you truly want to thank me, then when I leave, you can send me off with all kinds of fruit wines. That will be enough." Hearing my words, the Nature Elf King's complexion changed, and whispered to me equally as quiet, "Magister Wei, yesterday your group drank half a year's worth of wine. I can only give you little more. If it is difficult, then forget about it." The Elf King smiled bitterly and said, "Do you know how much money we could make if we sell our elven-made wines to human nations? A small bottle can be sold for 10,000 diamond coins or higher. When you leave, I will give you a few bottles. Be sure to tell those countless elves wanting to be your friends that I have already gifted you, otherwise they'll all want me to." I sent an understanding glance toward him and smiled. "What made you two so happy?" Zhanhu and everyone walked in a line and sat one by one to the right of me. I guiltily said, "Big brother, you all came." Just now, I was telling His Majesty a joke. The Elf King said, "Third Elder, since everyone is present, tell them all we know about the Holy Sword." The Third Elder agreed and said, "First, I, on behalf of the entire Nature Elven race, express sincere respect toward all of you. Thank you for assistance in allowing my race to survive through this crisis." Zhanhu laughed with a smile and said, "Please don't thank us. If such a time ever comes again, all you would need is to give us a few more bottles of your 100 fruit wines." Others one by one expressed their agreement. Even Dong Ri, who did not particularly like drinking, nodded. Sure enough, I gave the Elf King the correct answer. I had to cheat everyone this time for my delicious fruit wine. Let it go. "Big brother, yesterday we drank a whole year produced of wine. They don't have any more in stock." The Elf King and I looked at each other with a mutual understanding. Zhanhu disappointedly licked his lips and continued, "Had I known yesterday, I would have drank a bit less." I signaled Third Elder to continue. He continued, "The Holy Sword, it is said to be the remaining weapon of the King of all gods long ago. It has the might to destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. According to the ancient legends of my race, it should be within the Forest of Gods." The Forest of Gods? I've never heard of it before. I asked in doubt. Right. That is how it should be. Since ancient times, us nature elves have been named emissaries of the gods. That is why only we know of this secret. Actually, we've seen many treasure hunters like yours. However, those who searched in the Forest of Gods are few. Even if you find the Forest of Gods, you would not be able to pass the boundary created by the gods. In all this time, not one had found the holy sword. You are the first group in 300 years to hunt treasure here. Boundary? We can't enter, even with our power? The power of us 6 is enough to handle a small army. Your group's power is truly strong. When I was young, I have seen power not inferior to that of your group of humans, but they were not able to enter. It is said that to pass through this boundary, not only do you need strength, but you also need to receive the acknowledgement of the gods. This is all we know. As to how to enter the forest of gods, even we do not know this. However, it should not be too dangerous. You'll be able to drive away what comes. I originally believed that because of our strength that completing this mission shouldn't be hard, but I hadn't expected this to be so complicated. I bitterly smiled and said, "Thank you for telling us this. So where is this forest of gods? We will go and try our luck." The third elder smiled and said, "Zhang Gong, don't worry. I feel that you are the kind of person that gives others an unusual feeling of intimacy. Although the time we've known each other was not long, I am unable to not see you as a friend. The gods should be fond of kind-hearted people. In addition, you can also use light magic. Therefore the chances of the gods accepting you are quite high." Hearing the third elder's words, Xiaoxi continued, saying, "That's right. Xingao, Gouda and I all feel this way. At the start, we were not particularly convinced of him. However, the longer we were together, the more reliable he became. Unconsciously, he already became our friend." I looked at everyone. It really seems to be this way. I have no absolute enemies, and people I spend little time with have exceptional confidence in me. Originally, I had believed this was because I was really handsome. But it turns out it was only because of my affinity with others. I was truly disappointed. That's enough. Everyone stop praising me. Third elder, please talk about the location of Forest of Gods. The third elder chuckled, "Actually, you are already in the Forest of Gods." His words rendered us speechless. He continued on, "We're only at its exterior. Where we are in the elves' forest is the forest of the gods' exterior. Head deeper in and it will be the forest of gods." Shanhu smiled and said, "Zhang Gong, our luck is so great. After a small detour, we'll have to travel no further. Elder, we'll have to inconvenience you to bring us there." Third elder pondered, then said, "A rule of our elven ancestors is troublingly to never approach 100 kilometers of the forest of gods. I can only tell you its approximate location. If you walk in the direction I told you, you should be able to find it. That is also fine. Then we will now set off." Just as I stood up to leave, I saw the Elf King wore a troubling expression. It seemed he wanted to say something. "Your Majesty, do you want to say something else?" The Elf King gave an embarrassed smile and said, "That's right. Although this time the Dark Elves retreated, I still fear." I suddenly realized they still feared another attack. This was a true problem. I scratched my head. "Ah, that's right, it was like that." I took a book out of my dimensional pocket and handed it over to the Elf King and said, "This is a book of light elementary and intermediate spells I wrote myself. There are many small spells I created inside. Have your elven soldiers learned them well? With their elven innate magic, they should be able to grasp it quickly. This way you do not have to fear them." The Elf King took the book and looked through it, saying, "This doesn't seem right. These are magic illustrations." "Ah. I'm sorry, I gave the wrong one." I immediately switched books. "Oh, that's right, I still hadn't studied this book's magic. I should look at it when I have the time." Actually, the magic within is a subject of extraordinarily profound knowledge. When the child of light comes across his greatest difficulty, he discovered what a mistake it was to not learn that magic earlier. Volume 3, Chapter 39, The Forest of Gods. Volume 3, Chapter 39, The Forest of Gods. Dusk, outside of the Forest of Gods. Pang! With that sound, a halo of light burst forth and filled the sky. 7 days ago, the third elder smoothly guided us to God's barrier. During this week, we lost count of the many methods we had used to attempt to break through this barrier. We used magical attacks, battle spirit attacks, combined attacks and penetrating attacks, all on the same place, and still we failed. I don't have any more strength. It seems like we don't have any hopes of doing it today either. After firing off 2 rank 8 spells, I sat down beside Manhwa in exhaustion. Xianxia wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "Could it be that this is truly a barrier created by the gods? Even with all of our attacks, we were unable to harm it in the slightest. It truly is too frightening." xianxia furiously replied, "I refuse to believe that. I'll go try again." As he said this, he concentrated his battle spirit into his knight's sword and released a powerful slash. Pang! Needless to say, the barrier rebounded again. This barrier was transparent, and whenever it faced an attack, it would release 7 brilliant colors of light. We didn't know how much strength it had. I estimated that a forbidden spell wouldn't be able to penetrate it. I muttered, "Don't tell me we truly have to give up? What face would I have left if I have to tell Teacher D that I left this mountain of treasure empty-handed?" Dongri walked to my side and consoled me, "Don't think too hard about it. A sincere heart is most effective. Let's just rest for today and continue tomorrow." Dongri's words moved me and I eagerly asked him, "What did you just say?" Dongri stared at me blankly and said, "I said that we should rest first and continue tomorrow." What's the matter? That's not it. The part before it. Before that I told you not to think about it too hard. A sincere heart is most effective. Yes. That's the part. A sincere heart is most effective. A sincere heart is most effective. Could it be that the method we are using is wrong? After hearing my words, Xianxia's eyes also began to shine. That's right. Could it be that we aren't supposed to attack it but rather appease it? I thought about it and said, "Forget about it. We'll just leave it be for today. Everyone's already exhausted, so we'll have a good rest first, and then we'll carefully study it tomorrow." We laid down on a bed of spread tree leaves and looked at the sky's stars. How do we break through this indestructible barrier? Strength won't work. Softness of a sincere heart. What method of sincerity would work? These thoughts continued to flash through my mind, causing me to toss in bed, unable to sleep. Forget about it. I couldn't sleep anyway, so I'll meditate. I'll replenish my magic power as soon as possible and think about it tomorrow. I gradually concentrated my mind on my gold dan. I felt fully relaxed and sensed the surrounding light elements. Much of the bright full moon's light gathered towards me. I thought to myself, "Beloved friends, come. I need you." Following the arrival of the light elements, the gold dan gradually enriched itself. An unknown amount of time had passed and my gold dan had already replenished its energy. This feeling of fullness is truly comfortable. I opened my eyes. The day had just dawned. Everyone was still dreaming. I walked by myself to the edge of the barrier and lightly stroked the indestructible barrier with my hand. I sighed to myself 10 million times. After a year of effort, we finally reached here, but to stop now was unbearable. As I watched the lush forest on the other side of the barrier, my mind gradually became more and more tranquil. Ah, what a beautiful scene! At that moment, the barrier's energies suddenly fluctuated where I placed my hand. Could it be that? I probed the barrier while thinking of beauty and peace. Prudently, I began inserting some of my spiritual power. In response to my spiritual power, the barrier's energy began trembling again before it unexpectedly began to gradually accept my spiritual power. A warm, benevolent voice resounded from the bottom of my heart, giving me a fright. Who dares to disturb my eternal rest? Could it be that that barrier is actually alive? I telepathically replied to the barrier, "Hello, I accidentally disturbed your peace. I came here in search of the Holy Sword." Holy Sword? Child, it has been a long time since anyone has come here. I advise you to stop your search for it here. Why? Because I have sensed the goodness in your heart. I don't want to see you throw your life away. This is the mission that my teacher has entrusted to me. Regardless of how difficult it is, I must go complete it. I beseech of you, please allow me to enter. It took half a day for him to give me a reply. Grandpa Barrier, is it all right? Fine then. It's very dangerous inside. There are 3 difficulties that you must pass. Each one is harder than the one before, so you must be careful. You and your friends can enter then. All of you must look after each other, and in the case that you are unable to pass the ordeal, you must by all means not stay any longer and withdraw quickly. Don't sacrifice your own life in vain. All right. Thank you, Grandpa Barrier. It seems that addressing him this way made him really happy. I didn't know how lucky I actually was. First of all, this barrier was set up by the god of creation an unknown number of years ago. Any evil or violent powers were all stopped by it. After my accidental display of benevolence, I had unexpectedly awoken this unnamed Grandpa Barrier. Secondly, in my discussion with Grandpa Barrier, my resolute conviction allowed me to obtain his admiration. This was crucial to me winning over Grandpa Barrier. If I hadn't been able to obtain his permission, it would have been impossible for me to enter this barrier. I returned to everyone's side and shouted, "Get up everybody! Quickly get up everybody!" Pushing this and shaking that, everybody finally wobbled awake. Xianxia said with sleepy eyes, "What is it, Zhang Gong? Let me sleep some more. It isn't even bright out yet." That's right. What are doing so early? Discontent voices resounded throughout the camp. I smiled and suddenly said with a loud voice, "I found a way to enter the barrier." Xiaoxi was the first to recover after I startled everybody. Really? We can really enter the barrier? Yes. We're able to enter the barrier. Now hurry up and get up, you lazy slobs. We're going now. Dongri let out a happy squeal and leaped up. Zhang Gong, how did you do it? I explained how I connected with the barrier and the events following that. Zhang Gong, we don't know how long this barrier has been here. I suppose that it was created by the gods. It seems that your luck is outrageously good. Let's go. Otherwise that elder will change his mind. He. No need to pull. Let's go. Everyone once again arrived in front of the barrier. After placing their hands on it, everyone began transmitting respectful, peaceful, and warm feelings. Suddenly, the barrier began disappearing from where their hands were. We all looked at each other in dismay while simultaneously cheering. We all deeply bowed towards the place where the barrier was before, then afterwards we headed inwards with lightning speed. Volume 3, Chapter 40, Forest Giants. Volume 3, Chapter 40, Forest Giants. Finally we entered. Everyone had a feeling of clarity. By dawn, we had already ventured about 3 to 4 kilometers into the Forest of Gods. Everyone slow down. Grandpa Barrier said there were dangers here. I urged everyone to be careful. We were surrounded by trees that reached the sky. Was the Holy Sword really here? Everyone wait a moment. It seems there is danger. I suddenly felt an air of danger. No, it should be said that Xiao Jin felt danger and then told me. Do we dare approach something that could even frighten Xiao Jin? We unanimously agreed to look around, but we didn't find anything. However, the feeling of danger Xiao Jin passed on to me grew more intense. Zhanhu pointed at a meadow and suddenly said, "That's abnormal. Take a careful look at the ground. Looking at where his finger pointed, the ground was covered in grass and there was nothing abnormal about it. However, observing it carefully, it almost seemed the short grass was slightly trembling. No, it really was slightly trembling. The experienced xianxia lay flat on his stomach with his ear pressed against the ground. I hastily asked, "How is it?" Xianxia waved his hand in the air, wanting me to stop bothering him. After a short moment, xianxia jumped up from the ground, and with a pale face said, "Not good, it seems there are unknown creatures approaching us from all directions. From the sounds, I can roughly determine there is still a distance of 2 kilometers between us. I fear their size is not small as their footsteps are quite heavy." Dong Ri frightfully said, "What are we going to do?" Everyone was lost in thought. Big Brother Zhan who resolutely said, "Let's find an area relatively crowded with trees. We can't let them attack us from all directions. It seems they've already surrounded us, so all we can do now is hope for them to be weak." Zhan Hu's proposal obtained everyone's unanimous approval. We quickly found a small area tightly surrounded by trees. Xianxia suggested, "When they come, everyone should form a small circle and individually block the gaps. Zhang Gong, you should fire magic from the center." "Alright, Dong Ri's skill is also different and will be in the center. Xingao and xianxia should form a group with Big Brother and Gouda in another. Everyone supports each other." As we finished planning, we could already hear the sound of those distinct footsteps. Our hearts were pounding. What were they? Eventually we saw them. Everyone could not help but look at each other in dismay and swallow a breath of cold air. Rows of closely packed giants walked toward us. They were not small in number. They looked as if they were carved out of a mold. They had a height of about 2.5 meters. Their whole bodies were made of stone. From the gap in the trees, they steadily approached us step by step. As they drew near, we could hear them repeat, "Eliminate the intruders. Eliminate the intruders. No way. This is too frightening. What are those things? Stone giants?" As they approached us, Zhan Hu let out a long whistle and we prepared to attack. During this desperate moment, my mind was extraordinarily clear. We cannot die like this, passively defending until the last man. We don't know how many there are and there is no longer a path of retreat. We should rush towards the depths of the forest. Big Brother and xianxia should open up a path in front. Xingao and Gouda will guard our rear. Dong Ri and I will support from the middle. The stone giants were already in front of us. I shouted at once, "Everyone, charge!" Big Brother Zhang who took the lead. With long sword in hand, he used battle spirit to send out a white ray of light toward the giants in front. The giants lifted their arms in an attempt to resist his attack. Could they really block Big Brother, whose skill neared the level of a radiant knight? White light flashed. Ka-cha, the sound of snapping. The stone giants were split in two by Zhan Hu and fell to halves in concert. Big Brother Zhan Hu's bold and powerful strike greatly improved our morale. xianxia used a similar technique to break apart a giant. Light elements, my friends, form a shield of light and resist the enemy's invasion. I immediately exert a shield of light for everyone, and in passing I used light elements to send a blade of energy to dispose of a giant behind us. Like that, we sank into a hard battle. I was the busiest. There were still quite a lot ahead of us. Big Brother and xianxia's powerful battle spirit rapidly disposed of 7 to 8 of the stone giants. However, our rear and sides were much more dangerous. After all, as Gouda and Xingao's skills were a bit lacking, it was difficult to support the rear defense. This won't do. At this speed, it is simply impossible to rush through this army of giants. I called out within my mind, "Xiaojin, help." Without warning, Xiaojin's majestic figure appeared in front of everyone. His appearance immediately dwarfed the tall image of the giants. Xiaojin let out a sky-shaking dragon's roar and spout out white dragon's breath from his large mouth. He immediately cleared a passage of about 5 meters wide. I violently bellowed. Xiao Jin opened up a path. Everyone break through their rear. Xiao Jin's formidable physical attacks had great effect. With only the sweeps of his tail and swipes of his claws, the surrounding stone giants were completely overpowered. Naturally, at the same time, I could feel Xiao Jin's magic power quickly deplete. Everyone defended me at the center while following Xiao Jin's lightning fast-forward charge. I continuously sent magic power through the connection between Xiao Jin and me. Had Xiao Jin already completely matured, we would have been able to mount his back and fly away. It was a pity that currently, he could only carry the weight of 2 people at most. Even if Xiaoxi and Zhan could persist by flying out, there would be 2 graves left behind. This was something that none of us could accept. Also, it wouldn't necessarily succeed. Therefore, no one had bothered to suggest as such. The seconds and minutes passed as one after another, stone giants were smashed by our formidable strength. Our deadly rush had already traveled at least a kilometer. However, the surrounding stone giants did not appear to have lessened one bit. Although the strength of my magic power had increased by a bit, the burden of Xiao Jin's requirements over this long length of time had gradually exhausted me. Xiao Jin was currently riddled with wounds. His movements were already no longer as vigorous and lively as the beginning. Panting roughly for air, he could only barely struggle to maintain the front line. The others were also in dire condition. Big brother Zhan, whose sword had snapped and he was at present painfully supporting himself with a branch. Apart from me, everyone had all suffered heavy wounds. To continue in this fashion would have everyone leave a grave behind. Dongri, Gouda, Xingao, all of you mount Xiao Jin, use your spirit to lighten your body. Big brother and Xiaoxi, fly up. I'll endure for a time. All of you, quickly go. Zhen, who used all of his might to chop down a stone giant and madly roared, out of the question. I definitely cannot leave you alone without a care. I furiously said, quickly, leave. Don't tell me you want this place to be our grave? Volume 3, Chapter 41, Fortunate Passage. Volume 3, Chapter 41, Fortunate Passage. I gathered what little magic power I had left and began to chant, O light elements, my great friends, I request of you, use your power to become an endless radiance and transform into little stars, annihilate the enemies before you. This was my strongest large-scale attack spell, rank 8 light magic, bright stars shine. Although it was daytime, I could still see specks of white light gathering toward me. It surrounded my body, turning into a ball of golden light. I slowly floated from the ground. When I floated about 5 meters off the ground, the ball of light suddenly burst and released golden starlight amongst the wide expanse. The stone giants within 100 meters were completely enveloped by the starlight. As it passed through their solid bodies, open cavities were left behind. The stone giants within 100 meters were completely annihilated. This had created a brief moment of safety. While I was in the air, I spat out a mouthful of blood from my excessive use of magic power and dropped down. A golden light flashed and Xiao Jin caught me on his back. 100 meters away, I saw the stone giants slowly approaching. I shouted through clenched teeth, Xiao Jin, use the last of your power and bring everyone away, quickly. Xiao Jin let out a sound of lament, clearly unwilling to leave me. Everyone had already come over and crowded around. Everyone was injured, we bitterly smiled at one another. I urgently said, quickly leave. Otherwise it'll be too late. Junhu smiled, saying, foolish little brother, do you think we still have the strength to fly out? I'm afraid your magic beast is also unable to carry anyone. Look at his wing. Sure enough, Xiao Jin's left wing had a large wound. It seems he could not fly. Distressed, I said, don't tell me everyone wants this place to be their grave? Blame me. Blame me for having you follow me. Blame me for not listening to Grandpa Barrier's words and having everyone be buried with me. I am unworthy of you. If I had you leave at the beginning, perhaps you still would have been able to escape. Remorseful tears flowed down my cheeks. Xing scolded, enough. Zhang Gong, we are all good brothers. Although we could live together, is dying together so bad? We'll just organize another brilliant battle squadron in the afterlife and sweep across the world of ghosts. With this said, he tightly grasped my hand. Xiaoxi said, Xing is correct. We are forever brothers. Besides, you did nothing wrong. Xiao Jin lowered his body and licked me with his tongue. Closing his eyes, he snuggled against me. It is clear that he wanted to die together with me. Everyone joined hands together. A strong sense of companionship filled our hearts. We saw the stone giants have already reached 50 meters of us, all of them announcing the declaration of certain death. At this time, resistance was already meaningless. Nobody spoke a word more and waited together for death to arrive. The giants gradually grew closer. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. We glanced at each other, then we closed our eyes. Not a minute had passed. Baffled, I thought, how am I still not dead? I am not afraid of death. The others were trembling as they waited for death. Unable to bear the impatience, I opened my eyes. I was stunned by the scene before me. It was the same as if we had just entered the forest of gods. How dense! How beautiful! The environment was filled with ancient trees that reached the sky. However, the bloodthirsty giants disappeared without a sound. If everyone no longer had the same injuries as before, perhaps I could then reason I was no longer alive. Similarly, they could no longer wait and one by one everyone opened their eyes. They were all stunned by the scene before them. After quite a while, we finally reacted. We simultaneously roared from the joy of escaping mortal danger. I loudly yelled, "We aren't dead! We aren't dead!" Xiao Jin turned into a gold light and returned to my body. What is going on? How did those giants disappear? Could it be their time ended? Regardless, nobody died. It is as such. We all sat on the floor and leaned against the large trees. With my mind cleared, I said, the most important thing right now is to immediately recover our strength. Xiaoxi took out the rations and water while I took out some medical supplies from my dimensional pocket. Everyone bound their wounds, ate their respective rations and dizzily lied down. We were extremely tired. Not knowing how long we slept, we all woke up. Everyone's strength recovered a bit. I also felt much more comfortable. It was already late. We had finished eating our rations and sat around the open fire. I broke the silence first, it would be better to not advance. Let's travel back. Zhanhu said, no way. We all traveled here with much difficulty. We absolutely cannot give up halfway. However, I do not want anyone to continue accompanying me on my adventure. You should all go back. I'll complete my mission by myself. Xiaoxi angrily said, Zhang Gong, who do you take us for? Are we really so fearful of death? Is there anyone here who wishes to leave? Xing loudly said, Xiaoxi words are right. We aren't shirking cowards. I looked to the left and then to the right. To my surprise, no one was willing to leave. I sighed and stood up. Then I deeply bowed towards everyone. Thank you all. You are my greatest brothers. Emotional tears flowed down. Dongri also stood and embraced my shoulders. Zhang Gong, what are you doing? We are all brothers. Besides, we too want to witness the holy sword. Zhanhu broke the heavy mood and changed the subject, saying, we should plan our next move. Xiaoxi said, I feel that everyone should first recover from their injuries and reach their peak condition. Then we will continue onward. This way, it will be a bit safer. I nodded, right. I think so too. We still don't know what other dangers lie ahead. Zhanhu said, I also agree. We should cut down the surrounding trees to make an encirclement. Then we'll take turns keeping watch. Everyone else will go to sleep. After 10 days of rest and organization, everyone had finally recovered to their peak condition. After my previous exertion, Xiao Jin seems to mature a bit. He could already absorb a bit of energy from the world. With this, he can accompany me in battles for a longer period of time. The gold sphere in my body felt more stable than before. It flashed a pure gold inside my body. My magic mimicry attacks, spells in which I directly use magic power to transform it into my intended form without incantations, are called magic mimicry attacks, were much easier to use than before. It seems I have improved. Teacher D was right, only with continuous temperament could I obtain even greater progress. Volume 3, Chapter 42, Looking for the Holy Sword. Volume 3, Chapter 42, Looking for the Holy Sword. Everyone changed to a different extent. Dongri's progress was especially fast. Many had assumed that his strength was the weakest. Everyone could give him pointers. I felt that during the fight for life or death with the stone giants, Dongri fully realized what he was lacking. He humbly asked everyone for their guidance. After only 10 days of tireless diligence, he had felt as if he had shed his mortal body and exchanged his bones. His strength had already caught up to Gao De and Xing Ao. Everyone packed up to continue the treasure hunt. After 3 days passed without an incident, the forest of gods seemed to be endless. I froze in my tracks as I felt a slight fluctuation in magic. Everyone wait, there's a magic fluctuation nearby. Taking out our weapons, I stood in the center with a wry smile. It won't be the same as last time, right? Although everyone kept silent, I knew that fear still persisted in our hearts from the last encounter with the stone giants. I didn't get an answer. With my eyes closed, I focused my gold dan and used it to search for the source of the magic fluctuation. Everyone kept a tight formation as they followed me northwest. The closer we got, the greater the intensity of the magic. It somehow gave off a feeling of peacefulness. Walking along, we encounter a tall mountain. With confidence I said, "It's definitely this mountain. Let's take a look." Ancient trees towered around us. We cautiously approached the base of the mountain. Surprisingly, the base contained nothing but grass. Even the trees did not exist within 50 meters of the mountain. Looking at it, it was just a normal mountain. There wasn't even a hermit's cave in it, yet I still felt that the fluctuation of magic came from here. I instructed everyone to encircle me as I sat down cross-legged. I focused my spirit, using it to seek out the source of the magical energy. It seems that the wave after wave of magical energy was being released from the heart of the mountain. I stood up. With a frown I said, "The magical energy is definitely coming from the mountain, but there isn't a single cave here." With a pat on my shoulder, Zhang said, "Let's circle around the mountain, see if we find anything new." Since no other options were available, I nodded. We spent 2 days checking every possible area that might lead to an entrance, but we couldn't even find a single crack. In the end, we arrived back to the meadows at the front of the mountain. Everyone's spirits were worn out. I was anxious, but there didn't seem to be a solution. I paced back and forth on the grass. Suddenly I felt that the middle of the meadow was different from the edge. I briskly walked towards the edge of the meadow to confirm my gut feeling. The edge of the meadow was very soft, almost as if it was the same as the floor of a forest. However, the meadow had an area in the center about 10 square meters that was very hard. Could it be? I couldn't help but feel a burst of enlightenment from within my heart. "Everyone, I think I've found it." Hearing what I said, everyone rushed over. Xing Ao impatiently said, "What did you find, Zhang Gong?" "There's nothing at first glance, but this area is especially hard. Something is definitely underneath." Everyone exchanged glances at what I had said before they took out their weapons and began clearing the knee-deep grass. Soon the grass within a 10-meter radius was cleared. A magic hexagram with strange patterns was now visible. It seems that the grass grew from the cracks of the patterns. Since I was the only one who knew magic, everyone looked my way with expectant eyes. Smiling, I said, "If I'm not wrong, this is teleportation magic, but even I don't know where it teleports to." Shosi said, "Then let's give it a try, maybe it will warp us to the holy sword." With an awkward smile I said, "I don't know how to use it. I learned light magic, but I haven't really learned much teleportation magic." Kauda asked in shock, "Then what do you want us to do? Are we supposed to leave this mountain of treasure empty-handed?" Smiling, I said, "Don't worry, even though I never used it, I still have a way of finding out how." With this said, I took out the book Teacher D gave me from my dimensional pocket. "Don't worry everyone. You should first take a rest. I'll go investigate." Everyone looked at each other with a bitter smile. In a pessimistic tone, Big Brother Zhanhu said, "It won't be possible to learn it in such short moment." Scratching my head, I said, "There's not much we can do, might as well try something. With Brother's creativeness, we will definitely succeed." Ha ha. Everybody went quiet. If it wasn't for this sliver of hope, I was afraid a fight was going to break out. With a forced laugh I started to look for information regarding the magic hexagram using the book. Although I said that we might as well try something, this was the first time I seriously tried using the book. Even though I was quite lazy as a child, I was still able to understand it. At the start, my goal was to decipher the magic from the book, but as I kept reading, I wasn't able to stop. It expanded my horizon of what I could do with magic. I was completely immersed in a sea of magic. This book was densely packed with everything from the principles of magic spells to the applications in real combat. It was simply a priceless treasure. Not only was the language exceptionally concise, it had only needed a few sentences to introduce the principles of magic. All of the book was written in this way. Magic arrays, as the name implies, uses the battle arrays to set up various kinds of elements as its base. With a complex magic array, it was possible to have the elements resonate with nature and cast spells that were impossible to cast without them. Magic arrays normally include barrier, teleportation, amplification, support, and unique magic. The higher the rank was of a magic array, the more that was demanded of the user as well as the complexity of the magic array. Volume 3, Chapter 43, The Secret Cave Adventure. Volume 3, Chapter 43, The Secret Cave Adventure. No one disturbed me, while I had been exceptionally focused on my studies. Aside from eating and sleeping, I spent nearly 10 hours every day studying. At last, after 3 days of arduous struggling, I had a basic understanding of the contents of the book. In other words, I had grasped the basics of magic arrays. I comfortably stretched my body and said, "I'm finally finished. I'm so tired." I stood up and began moving my body. After all, it had been 3 days since I had last exercised my body. Everyone came over and crowded around. Shenhu asked, "How about it? Have you found a way through?" The book didn't have any information about this specific magic array. I said, embarrassed. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Xing said, "Impossible. Then we really have to stop here. Don't worry everyone. Although I can't tell you the specifics of this magic array, I reckon the use of this magic array should be similar enough. Let's test it out." I made everyone disperse first before walking into the center of the magic array's hexagram. After reading the book, I knew that a magic array requires a large amount of magic power from a magic source to activate. The most crucial point is that the mage must have enough mana to completely satisfy the needs of the magic array, otherwise the magic array won't activate and would even bring harm to the mage. Fortunately, my magic as a magister should be sufficient. This magic array has long existed since ancient times. By using my magic as a medium, I'll be able to open it. The book had said that a magic array's core was at its center. I collected light elements into my right hand and, with an incantation, poured them into the core of the array. The array's core was like a bottomless pit, quickly swallowing my magic power. Dim golden rays of light rose from the huge magic array. I did my utmost to hasten the condensation of the surrounding light elements into my golden sphere, and unceasingly inserted it into the core. However, my magic power continued to weaken with the intensity of the insertion. The magic array's golden shape grew increasingly brilliant. Right as the oil, which was fueling my lamp, was about to dry up, the magic array ceased absorbing my magic power. The moment I released a giant sigh of relief, an unprecedentedly dazzling radiance burst forth from the array. Seeing this, I knew that the magic array was about to activate, so I shouted to the others, "Quickly! Everyone quickly enter the hexagram! The array is about to activate." I immediately began running towards one of the corners of the hexagram because I knew that only the 6 corners of the hexagram provided the greatest amount of protection against the magical array. The group's shadows parted, flashing to the other 5 corners of the hexagram. Just as we stepped on, we felt the sky spin. The magic array's golden rays of light faded away with us into the air. Whoosh! We all fell onto the floor at the same time. Thanks to the gold light, we could see a bit of our surroundings in the pitch-black darkness. We should be in the belly of the mountain. The gold light in the center began to grow dimmer and dimmer before we were suddenly enveloped within complete darkness. Everyone, don't move yet. Stay on guard while I recover my magic power for a bit. Then we'll continue forward. Light elements, my friends, I beseech of you to illuminate the earth. This was the first spell I had ever learned, illumination. A light sparked from my hand and the environment shone as if it were day. I first saw everyone sitting in a single circle around me. Nobody had completely adapted to the dazzling light yet. The cave was as tall as 2 people and about 5 meters wide. The area ahead was so dark, we could not tell how deep it reached. The entire cave's walls and floors were abnormally smooth. It was obviously polished. Everyone began cautiously surveying the surroundings. Shosi said, "It seems that we're in the belly of the mountain. The holy sword should be in here." Big brother Zhan said, "Everyone be cautious. Shosi and I will lead the way. Zhang Gong will be at the center. Gauda, Xingao and Dongri will be in the back. Let's go." We kept formation as we walked onward. The illumination was only able to light up 10 meters ahead, so we treaded carefully forward. However, there seemed to be no end. We had already walked for an unknown amount of time and the circumstances had not changed one bit. Wait a moment, everyone. I felt that there was something wrong with the situation, so I had everyone halt. I took my magic staff out of my dimensional bag and continued, "I don't know if my feeling is right, but I think we're going in circles. I'll leave behind this seal and we'll see if we come across it again later." Shosi said, "I feel the same. Let's hasten our pace." We sped forward. Sure enough, in approximately half the time, we returned to where I had placed my magic staff. I picked up my staff from the ground and scowled. Dongri said, "What are we going to do? Could it be that this is a labyrinth?" I said, "No, this shouldn't be a labyrinth. It seems we still haven't found the crucial location. There should be some kind of mechanism." With this said, I sat cross-legged on the ground and released my spiritual energy to look for a way out. I felt my surroundings were made up of entirely impermeable mountain rock. Only the ground seemed to be hollow. I stood up and had everyone stand apart. I pointed to the ground and said, "The ground is contrastingly empty. Let's try and see if we can break a hole through." Big brother Zhan said, "I will." He waved his knight's sword and slashed with white battle spirit toward the ground. Bang! Dust filled the air. Before the dust had even settled, the entire cave began shaking. I shouted, "This isn't good. Everyone gather here quickly and concentrate your powers." After everyone gathered around me, I cast a protective cover on all of us. In return, they all used their battle spirits to form a formidable energy cover. Right as they finished forming their energy covers, the floor beneath our feet crumbled away. We all fell into the bottomless abyss together. Not knowing how far we dropped, the energy cover eventually hit the ground. Pong! The energy cover holding the 6 of us shattered and everyone scattered. The formidable impact made us all receive varying concussions, knocking us all out. I felt myself completely sink into a dark vortex. My surroundings had many vague things revolving around me. The feeling of dizziness circled around me. Suddenly a warm voice called out to me, "Child. Come back. Don't give up. Come back." A warm power surrounded me and the spinning surroundings gradually slowed down. Soon after, everything faded away and once again, I sunk into the darkness. Yet, my mind was gradually recovering. Volume 3, Chapter 44, Tale of the Gods. Volume 3, Chapter 44, Tale of the Gods. It hurt so much. It felt like my entire body was crushed. Although my body was feeling great pain, the warmth was very comfortable. A wave of warm energy comforted me and restored my damaged body. What was this? I slowly opened my eyes and was stunned by the sight before me. I was inside an extraordinarily large shrine with many statues of gods. The floor spanned at least 10,000 square meters and the roof was over 100 meters tall. Many large precious stones were embedded in the ceiling and walls. The main hall shone as if it were daytime. What a grand building! We were all completely covered in light. It seems that they still hadn't woken up and that the warm energy came from the covering of light. I tried to move, but was met with an unbearable pain. My body spasmed with pain. I tried to scream out in pain, but my voice just did not come out. When I panicked, I fainted again. I don't know how much time passed before I woke up. Dongri's voice sounded in my ear. Zhang Gong has awakened. I opened my eyes and realized that everyone was surrounding me. I moved my body, which already did not hurt anymore. It looks like that light had treated my wound. How is everyone? I weakly asked. No problem, everyone is fine. Dongri answered. I smiled and said, "That's great. It seems like we are in a god's shrine. This should be our destination. Have you found the holy sword?" Xianxia said, "We just woke up not long ago and roughly surveyed the area, but we have not found it." Dongri helped me up. I inhaled deeply before checking my body's condition. My magic power had fully recovered. How did that happen? Did that light change my body? I hurriedly asked the team, "Do you feel like something is different?" Gauda said, "Yes, really different. It looks like my body has changed a lot. My 6 senses have increased greatly. However, my skills are still the same as before, but I feel that if I continue to train, my speed of improvement will increase greatly." Zhang Hu nodded his head and said, "That's right. I feel the same. It is as though I have shed my mortal body and exchanged my bones." Just as I was about to say something, a benevolent voice suddenly resounded throughout the whole shrine. "I welcome you all, kind children." It was a familiar voice. We looked around at our surroundings, but we still could not figure out where the voice was coming from. The voice seemed to be coming from all directions at the same time. The benevolent voice echoed again, "Stop searching. You will never find me. Otherwise, did you forget who let you all in?" I remembered. I softly said, "Are you the Grandpa Barrier?" "Ha, you remembered. However, I am not the Grandpa Barrier. Actually, to you, I should be called the God King." His words dumbfounded us. Dongri stuttered and said, "GG God King?" "Correct. Could it be that you thought you would be able to break through my barrier without my permission? We actually met a god. If that is the case, would he blame us for searching for him to obtain his holy sword?" That should not be the case, as the previous light was definitely released by him. If he had intended to harm us, he wouldn't have saved us. However, I can't be too complacent. I should be more vigilant. Thinking this, I said, God King, we are here to find the Holy Sword. If you do not wish for us to obtain the Holy Sword, we will leave immediately. I just beg for you to let everyone else go. I shall shoulder the blame. Everyone heard what I said and began to comment angrily. Zhan said, no. If someone must be blamed, you should blame me instead. I am the eldest here. They are here under my encouragement. Everyone else also pulled the blame back onto themselves. At this moment, the God King did not say anything. It was as if he was admiring our argument. I shouted, stop fighting. You are here because of me. You are my best brothers and friends. I will definitely not allow you to be harmed for my sake. That benevolent voice echoed again, children, stop fighting. You are all good children and are not in the wrong. You were heavily tested before you arrived here. As you entered the God's forest, you were all tested on your bravery, power, wisdom and temperament. If you had not passed, you would not have been able to come here. That is to say, then, that you agree to bestow the Holy Sword upon us? You don't need to be so anxious, Zhang Gong. Let me tell you all a story first. We all lifted our heads and quietly listened to the God King's story. A long time ago, on this world, there was an extremely powerful race. They possessed wisdom, as great as that of the humans. It is not known how they were born because it happened too long ago. After generations of evolution, their race was really strong. As they were immortal, they lost their ability to reproduce. The total number of the clan remained at about 300. They were kind-hearted, pure. They were also a species that loved all that is beautiful. They were known as the God Clan by later generations. After hearing this, I couldn't help but let out an ah. The God King continued to say, in the whole world's surface, there were only 300 of them. It was really extremely lonely. After researching, they created all kinds of new species to coexist with them. In that way, they thought that they could brighten and beautify the world. They continued to create the highly intelligent human race, freedom-loving demon race, kind-hearted nature elves, simple and sincere dwarves, power-loving giant race, and the powerful dragon race. All of the races had their own good points. A swarm of races all over the continents unceasingly appeared, forming a flourishing scene. The God Clan became an object of reverence for all of the other clans, thus having an eminent position among them. The God King stopped speaking for a while, before saying, just when the whole world was filled with beauty, peace, and harmony, out of nowhere, an evil clan emerged. They are known as the Monster Clan. They had a lot of powers that were not from the God's clan. Moreover, their numbers were large. Their mindset was full of thoughts for invasion, to terrorize, kill and steal. When they appeared in the world, they killed many races. Under the God Clan's leadership, all of the clans formed an alliance to fight against the Monster Clan's invasion. At this moment, the God King looked to really be in pain. It was as though he had returned to that moment pervaded by smoke. Volume 3, Chapter 45, God's Mission. Volume 3, Chapter 45, God's Mission. What was the outcome? I asked anxiously. The benevolent voice resounded once again, children, do not be anxious and listen to my words carefully. The Monster Clan was very strong, with number greater than the God Clans. However, the combined allied races exceeded the Monster Clan. It was only after the brave sacrifices of many warriors from the various allied races with the God Clan that the flames of the Monster Clan's rampage were suppressed. Under the leadership of the God Clan, all of the clans launched a final attack against the Monster Clan and finally annihilated them. The leader of the God Clan and the king of the Monster Clan also fought against each other, resulting in both suffering serious injuries. However, the God Clan's leader still managed to seal the Monster King. After the battle, only a few members of the God clan survived. All of the allied clans involved in the battle suffered great repercussions, especially the Dragon clan. The Dragon clan was extremely formidable when first created, so their reproduction rate was quickly restricted by the God clan. After the battle, the Dragon clan had decreased in number and today, only about 200 dragons remain. The God clan slowly faded from history, while the human race, magic race, and beast race endlessly flourished and slowly became the new masters of the whole world. The story comes to an end here. What happened to the God clan afterwards? Dong re-questioned. After listening to this story, you should know that I am the God King and one of the last few members of the God clan. We finally sealed the Monster King with the assistance of the God Clan Alliance after the year-long war but suffered serious injuries. To this day, even after hundreds of thousands of years have passed, we have still not fully recovered. Currently, you may be wondering how the story I just told you is related to obtaining the Holy Sword. I told you this story so you can understand the reason why I am now requesting your help. Xianxia unusually said, "Do you also need our help?" Zhanhu, who was standing at the side, pulled Xianxia closer and interrupted him by whispering, "Don't make irresponsible remarks." The God King laughed and said, "It does not matter, what he says is true. I do indeed need your help. Actually, you are also helping yourselves as this matter relates to the whole world's life or death." Thinking that this was a really serious situation, I asked, "In the end, what happened? Did the Monster King break through your seal? Even your God clan barely managed to win, what can we humans do to help?" You are half right. This does involve the Monster King, but he has not broken free from my seal yet. He has slowly regained his strength from hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation after I sealed him. He has begun to continuously attack the barriers of the residences of gods. Once, one of the God clan's member was careless and allowed a bit of the monstrous energy to escape. That monstrous energy contained a portion of the Monster King's power and awareness, so it started to cause harm to the world. We cannot both keep the Monster King from escaping and also go out to fight his clone that is seeking to destroy the world. Thus, I am asking you to find and eliminate his clone. Can we really do it? How strong is he? Xiaoxi asked. Although that is only a small portion of his power, it is indeed still very strong. It is not something that you can fight against with your current capability. You must continue to improve your skills before you will be capable of eliminating him. If you can eliminate the Monster King's clone, we can gather all of our powers to eliminate the remaining monster power in the seal to make him perish forever. Why were you all unable to annihilate him initially? I asked curiously. The God King sighed and said, "The war left us too weakened, and if we had eliminated him at that moment, the monster clan would have perished. However, at that time, I believed that all of the clans possessed the right to survive and that as time flowed, the Monster King might be redeemed. During that moment of soft-heartedness, I decided to only seal him. However, I didn't expect that even after thousands of years, his innately evil character had not weakened at all. Currently, it turns out that it is an extremely grueling task to try and eliminate him. If you can eliminate his clone that has escaped into this world, it will decrease his total power and allow us to annihilate him once and for all." As we listened to this point, we finally understood what the God King meant. Thinking in my heart, does this not mean we are going to throw our lives away? Who knows how strong the Monster King really is? In order to escape the situation, I asked, can we really find him? Is he out in the world causing harm again? The God King saw through my heart and said, "Child, continuing to avoid the situation is not a solution, the only solution is to face him. The Monster King has already spent many years in the world preparing. It is not just him, he has a lot of subordinates. They are all moving in secret. Just like the human and demon races, the reason why the beast race fights is because of the Monster King's instigation from the shadows. Heeding the call of the Monster King, they are trying to break the peace and harmony in the world. Once the Monster King starts to rule the world, the other races will be destroyed, including our God clan. So it was this terrible. I had not even opened my mouth before Zhang Hu started to speak. Please be reassured, we will definitely annihilate the Monster King. Since he had already said that, all I could do was agree to help. If we plan on eliminating him, when should we start? I asked. The God King said, you do not need to be impatient in this matter, and you also do not need to find him. When the world goes to war, he will appear. In this period of time before the war, you need to work hard at training and improving yourself, and to assemble many people that share the same feelings and ambitions as you do. You must improve your abilities. As you are the whole world's hope, you must work hard. Except me, everyone else was already burning with anger, and one after another, they declared their heroic aspirations. Even though I was a little scared, for our survival I definitely could not cower. Will you be giving us the holy sword to increase our strength? It was necessary to negotiate some terms with the God King so as to increase our survival rate and safety while carrying out the task. Little child, don't worry, I will definitely give you some items to improve your strength. When you first arrived, I used my god powers to help you shed your mortal bodies and exchange your bones. During your next training sessions, your strength will improve twice as much with only half the effort needed. Now, I will give each of you a few more good items. Listen to me, go and stand in front of the center of the god's image. Zhang Hu, I shall grant you the protection armor of a war god. I hope for you to become a genuine war god. Zhang Hu walked in front of the lofty image of God, and a golden light shone on his body. After the golden light flashed, a dark blue body armor and helmet appeared on Zhang Hu's body. A three-pronged helmet appeared on his head. In the center of the helmet's crest, there was an oval, blue-colored gemstone. There were 4 layers to the shoulder protection. The top layer was in line with his shoulders. At every succeeding layer, it was shorter than the previous layer. The last 2 layers slightly pointed downwards. The chest armor was also large. At the center of his chest, there was an oval, blue-colored gem similar to the one on his helmet, but much larger. For the abdomen part of the chest armor, it had a similar shape as Zhang Hu's muscles. His legs and the arms had also been surrounded by scale-like pieces of armor, and even his hands had been completely covered. Lastly, there was a black cape that appeared on his back. With Zhang Hu standing 2 meters tall, he showed a formidable and majestic look. He really looked as if a war god had just been revitalized. Volume 3, Chapter 46, God's Reward. Volume 3, Chapter 46, God's Reward. Zhang Hu looked at his new armor and tried moving in it. Anyone could see that he was very excited. He fell to his knees and respectfully kowtowed towards the God King 3 times, with his head touching the ground each time, before saying, Your Majesty, I will definitely not let you down. The eradication of the Monster King will become my only goal. The God King praised him and said, Good, you must do well in your cultivation so that you will be worthy of using this war god's armor. Zhang Hu walked back to the team and said, Wearing this armor, I feel like my whole body is filled with power. It is weightless and the feeling when wearing it is just amazing. Everyone looked at him enviously and wondered what they would get. The God King spoke again, Next, xianxia. When he heard the God King's command, xianxia immediately walked in front of the god statue. The God King said, xianxia, I shall grant you the sky god's horn. By using it, you can recover your life's vitality, so long as you are not yet dead. The same golden light flashed, and a small, delicate horn suddenly appeared in xianxia's hand. As for how to use it, you will have to rely on your own abilities to figure it out. Xianxia bowed towards the God King and respectfully said, Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty. After saying that, he walked back to where the team was standing. He looked at the horn that had a spiraling line of shining golden light on it and fiddled with it admiringly. Next, Xing. After hearing his name, Xing moved as quickly as possible to stand in front of the statue. With his eyes filled with expectation, he looked at the god statue. Xing, I shall grant you the Titan god's hammer. Although you have been using a heavy sword, once you start using the hammer, your power should increase greatly. A golden light flashed, and a 1.5 meter long handle and 50 centimeters in diameter hammer suddenly appeared in Xingyao's hand. Judging from his relaxed posture, it seemed that the hammer was not too heavy. "Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty." Xingyao was extremely satisfied with his new weapon and ran back to the team in high spirits. "Gao Da." The God King spoke again, and Gao Da elatedly ran to stand in front of the God statue. "I shall grant you the Lightning God's shield. You can use it to block any kind of physical attack." The golden light flashed, and a small, exquisite shield with a diameter of 10 centimeters suddenly appeared on Gao Da's left arm. "Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty." Gao Da looked at his tiny shield and was a little unsatisfied. Dong Ri and I were the only ones left, yet to receive any gift. I could not refrain myself from muttering to myself, "Why have I not been called out yet? The next one should be me." Dong Ri. Dong Ri came forward and said, "Yes. I shall grant you the Wind God's bow. I hope you will bring splendor to the Wind God's archery." A golden light flashed, and a small, delicate golden short bow appeared in Dong Ri's hand. "Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty." "Good. I hope that all of you can fully understand your weapon. You must use your hearts to communicate with them, in order to pull out their true powers. Every godly weapon has its own special spiritual method. As for how to use it, you will have to rely on your own abilities. Therefore, you must train harder and improve your strength. You must not become arrogant or impatient. Only then will you not let me down." Except for me, everybody bowed at the same time and said, "We shall follow and respect Your Majesty's tutelage." I looked left and right. Everyone had a godly weapon, only I did not have one. Did I offend the God King just now? I also desperately wanted a godly weapon. I asked carefully, "God King, why did I not receive a weapon?" The God King laughed and said, "And I thought you were not anxious at all, huh? Could it be that even God could tease people?" I awkwardly scratched my head and said, "I am definitely anxious, as the Holy Sword is my purpose for coming here." "Good, come forward. Is it finally my turn?" "That's great." I hurriedly ran in front of the God statue, and waited to receive the treasure that I long yearned for. "I shall grant you the radiant holy sword. I hope that you will use it to lead everyone in annihilating the monsters." That's just too amazing. With the name of Radiant, it must be of extraordinary power. This was different from everyone else. There was no golden light that shone on me, instead a golden ball slowly flew toward me. I reached my hand out to receive it, but when once it came in front of me, it instantly entered my chest and vanished. What is going on? I touched my chest. Where is the radiant holy sword? Where is it? Stop looking for it. The radiant holy sword is already in your body. However, with your current abilities, you are still incapable of using its power. If that is the case, then why can everyone else use their weapons? The God King's voice rung in my ears, as though I was the only one that could hear it, saying, they can only use a very small portion of their godly weapons' powers. Their godly weapons are second-rank godly weapons, so they are easier to control. On the other hand, the radiant holy sword used to be my companion sword. I had previously given the sword to the radiant god's battle angel, Mage, until the great war of the gods against the monsters. For the final victory, he sacrificed himself. At that moment, I took back the sword. Currently, the difference between your power and the Holy Sword's power is significant. Therefore, you will need to allow the Holy Sword to temporarily sleep in your body. Once you obtain sufficient power to use it, it will naturally awaken. I understand what is going on now. When will I be able to wield enough power to use it? That will be your next goal. At the west border of the human and devil lands, there is a place called Sky-Splitting Great Valley. You must head there. That year before the holy god's battle angel, Mage, died, some of the power was shifted there. A magic spell was used to seal the power. You just need to go there and obtain the holy god's inheritance in order for the holy sword to be at its full power. However, you need not be anxious. You still need to work hard on your training. From my estimation, in the coming 5 years, the Monster King will not have sufficient energy. During this time frame, you have to improve yourself. As your power increases, your chance of receiving the inheritance increases as well. So it turned out to be like that. I had already gotten the godly weapon, but I had no way of taking it out for everyone to have a look. The God King said, "Children, you all have received godly weapons. I shall now teach you a magic spell. This spell is an important spell that can be used to hold back the Monster King. Once your powers are close to the war god's powers, you can then start to practice the spell, but Zhang Gong's requirement to practice the spell with the others will be much higher. He must become a Grand Magister before he can practice the spell together with the team." I interrupted and said, "What must I accomplish to become a Grand Magister?" From what my teacher said before, the inner body has to form 6 gold dawn. Is that all? The God King said, "You got only a portion correct. That is when you reach 6 apertures, which are the gold dawn you just spoke of, you are certainly entering the Grand Magister's realm. However, initially you will only be slightly stronger than a sword saint warrior. You must train until you reach 9 apertures. Only then will you become a true Grand Magister. The 9 apertures are not literally the 9 gold dawn you mentioned before. 9 is only a figurative number. It is really when your body does not have any space not possessing a gold dan. When your whole body becomes the largest possible gold dan, you will finally reach the true realm of a great magister. At that point, you will have sufficient godly powers to fight against the monsters." The God King once again used a voice only I could hear, and said, "You just need to receive the holy god's inheritance. Probably at that time, you will be able to break through to the Grand Magister's realm. Therefore, you must head there." Volume 3, Chapter 47, The Forbidden. Volume 3, Chapter 47, The Forbidden. Alright, I will definitely head there. In order to be able to use the Holy Sword's power and become a Grand Magister, there is no possibility that I will not head there. I shall first teach you a spell chant. After that, you will have to figure it out on your own. After speaking, 6 golden lights shone from the god's image, especially aimed at our upper dantian. We all felt as though something was added to our minds. The God King said, "I have already engraved the spell's chants in your minds so you will remember them forever." After a moment of haziness, a line of small words distinctly appeared. We subconsciously started to read those small words. Zhanhu said, "The God King bestowed upon me the war god's armor. No evil shall pass me, for I shall obstruct the evil monsters." Shosi said, "The God King bestowed upon me the sky god's horn. My horn's roar will pierce through the 9 heavens." Xianxia said, "The God King bestowed upon me the Titan god's hammer. I will shake the heavens and move the earth to protect the righteous path." Gauda said, "The God King bestowed upon me the lightning god's shield. Even 10,000 blades shall not stop me." Dongri said, "The God King bestowed upon me the wind god's bow. My ethereal arrows will flash rapidly and violently." I said, "The God King bestowed upon me the radiant holy sword. It shall shine with the soaring radiance of the vault of the heavens." That's enough, stop chanting. If you continue to chant the spell, you will not be able to stop it. Only by improving yourselves will you start to understand how powerful the spell is. In the God's clan, this spell is regarded as a top-grade spell. It will be much more powerful than your human's forbidden spells. Therefore, I shall name it as the top spells of spells, All Gods Awakening Symphony. We listened to what the God King told us and stopped chanting the spell. Although the spell was incomplete, we could still imagine how powerful the spell would have been if we had finished the chants. The God King said, "That will be all. Children, I have already explained and given you everything I wanted to give to you. For the rest of the mission, you will have to rely on your own abilities. I believe that you will definitely be able to annihilate all of the monsters, bringing harmony and peace back to the world for all eternity. At this moment, I was moved as I listened to the god's rousing speech. We all deeply bowed towards the god's image. The god king said, "It's all right, you do not need to do that. Your godly weapons can be hidden in your bodies. They rely on your control of your spiritual power. When you meet the Monster King and his subordinates, I hope that you will not expose your powers too early. Even if you are just training to use the godly weapons, you have to find an isolated area to train. I shall now send you out of the god's forest. For the next 5 years, you have to work hard at your training. I plead for you to do just that. After today, this godly forest will cease to exist and become an ordinary forest. After you leave, I will head back to the god's shrine and join up with the rest of the god clan's members to strengthen the Demon King's seal. Children, we shall meet again." We kneeled down and I said to the god's image, in our heart, "You will forever be our god. We will miss you." The god's king laughed and said, "Wait until you annihilate the Monster King, we will still meet again. By my title as the god's king, send the humans and elf before me back to where they came." A large golden halo shone from the god's image and covered us. With a flash of the light, we had returned to the front of the god's forest. If there were not any signs of the shining godly weapons in our hands and bodies, it was as though nothing had happened. We looked at each other, feeling as if we had returned to reality again. Zhang sighed and said, "I did not believe that after this dangerous experience, we had all actually inherited godly weapons. Now, we have found our next goal. We must work hard." Shosi twiddled with the Sky King's bugle horn and said, "That's right. We must not let the Monster King succeed. Let's go, we shall visit the Nature Elf village before we head back." I knew that everyone would soon have to split up, as we all have our own personal issues to settle. You all try to keep your godly weapons inside your bodies. We cannot always bring them around with us. Otherwise, we would be known as gods that had descended, ha. Xianxia brandished his Titan god's hammer and said, "How? My godly weapon is so big. Can I really keep it in my body?" I chuckled after hearing what he said. These godly weapons can exist as pure energy, so they will not take up any space in your bodies. You just need to think of them returning into your bodies. After saying so, the wind god's Bao and Dongri's hands instantly vanished. He elatedly said, "I succeeded." In order to familiarize himself with the action, he tried to bring it out and send it back in a couple of times. Everyone did as I told them to. After a few moments, they completely mastered the action of summoning their godly weapons. The Nature Elves village was just as beautiful as the first time we had arrived. Since it was daytime, the Nature Elves were busy working. By returning here, I felt as though I had come home. Just as we reached the entrance of the village, we were discovered. A young elf flew over and said, "Zhang Gong, you all have returned." "That's right. How is the village? Is it all right? Did the Dark Elves attack again?" I amiably asked him. "No, they did not dare to come again. Even if they do, they will experience the might of light magic." "That's right. You should spend more time practicing light magic when you are free. Once light magic combines with your innate abilities, you will never need to fear them again." At this moment, the Nature Elf King brought over 4 elders and said, "We welcome your safe return. Come, let's enter the village." Only then did I suddenly remember that I was still at the village entrance. We started to follow the Nature Elf King. We passed through the familiar route and reached the conference lounge. Except for the 4 elder elves, the Nature Elf King made all of the elves leave. The fact that we had gotten godly weapons was a secret, so only the Nature Elf King and the 4 elders could know. Nature Elf King asked, "How was it? Did you gain any profits from coming here?" I told him all about our dangerous experiences, but left out the part where we all got godly weapons. I just explained the part where the god changed our bodies. After listening to us, the Nature Elf King and the 4 elders displayed an expression of reverence. The Nature Elf King said, I hadn't expected that you would be approved by the God King. Be at ease, when you have to fight the Monster King, we, the Nature Elves, will also take part. For the world's peace and harmony, this is what we should do. Jinhu smiled, that's great. With your help, our fighting power will increase. That's right, do you still have any more of your fruits wine? Can you bring some out? The 4 elders showed fearful expressions, and the 3rd elder said, I am afraid that at the moment we don't have any. You drank all of the wine when you were here previously. Actually, they still had 5 more bottles of wine, but when I was leaving the village previously, I had asked for them. This time, they really did not have any more wine. After hearing the 3rd elder's words, everyone except for me showed disappointed expressions. To stop putting them on the spot, I said, we would like to rest here for the day and head back tomorrow. The God King said that we had approximately 5 years before the war. We also had no knowledge of his plans. During this time frame, we have to work harder in our training as preparations to annihilate the Monster King. Volume 4, Chapter 1, Returning Home. Volume 4, Chapter 1, Returning Home. After we bid farewell to the friendly nature elves, we started to head home. We had finally reached the Shoda border. Apart from me, everyone had feelings of intimacy as they returned to their homeland. After 3 days, at a forked road, we stopped as one of the roads led to Shoda and the other led to the xianxia kingdom. It was finally time to split. Big brother Zhanhu said, Zhang Gong, you have to take care of yourself. I will go with the rest to Shoda to visit my father and family and then head back to my bandit's nest to practice. I replied, Big brother, you also have to take care of yourself. Once I return to xianxia, I will also practice hard. In about 3 years, when I feel that I can seek the holy god's inheritance, I will come and find you. Xiaoxi said, everyone must be diligent. Zhang Gong, after 3 years, we will meet up at Shoda. I nodded my head. The rims of my eyes started to get moist. Yes. When you head back, please give my regards to Teacher 1. Dongri, you should stop feeling inferior. Except for us, how many people in the world had obtained the god's inheritance? We are all great, and Hong Shui is a good girl. You have to cherish her. Dongri embraced my white shoulders and cried, saying, Zhang Gong, thank you. I will miss you. Please take care of yourself on your way home. We had a group hug. I deeply breathed in a mouthful of fresh air and wiped my tears off my face, saying, everyone take care, our radiant battle squad is the best. I shall head off. After I said that, I spun around and stepped onto the road home. The tears I had suppressed flowed once more. There were 3 months left till the end of the 2-year appointment I made with Teacher D. The first thing on my mind was to head home to see my parents. It had been more a year since I last saw them. I missed them greatly. Since I was alone, I moved as quickly as possible to an isolated place to use teleportation. I would just need about 10 days to reach the city of Senku. I can see them soon. First, I decided to buy them presents. When I reached Senku, I bought mother's favorite cake and father's favorite fruits. I started to carry all of them home. My familiar village, I have returned. Many of the village children looked at me curiously. It was obvious that I had become an outsider. Who is that in front of me? A familiar figure appeared in the area about 50 meters in front of me. He had a tall, strong, and sturdy body. There was a girl beside him who was dainty and petite. The two appeared quite intimate. I hurriedly walked forward and patted the sturdy guy's shoulder. He turned around. Pleasantly surprised, I said, Aoda. It really is you. He looked at me suspiciously, but his expression turned from a bewildered look to a surprised one. Zhang Gong, is it you? It really is you. We excitedly hugged each other. Aoda said, you have finally returned. Your mother missed you deeply. You are taller and more robust than before. I am so envious that you can go to the city to learn magic. The girl beside Aoda pulled into her and asked, Aoda, who is he? At that moment, I started to size her up. She was a pretty girl. She had a pair of large eyes that showed wittiness. A water green colored skirt showed her dainty and delicate body. She also had thick and long braided hair. Aoda awkwardly smiled at me and said, come, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Luo Yuhong, and this is Zhang Gong. He is my childhood best friend. He is also an extremely powerful magician. I smiled at Aoda and extended my hand. Hi, you can call me Zhang Gong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lu Yu naturally gripped my hand and said, hi. I am glad to meet you too. I softly punched at Aoda and said, you rascal, you are capable of finding such a pretty girlfriend. I am so jealous. He laughed and said, that's correct, Luo Yu is our school's flower. Only after I persistently wooed her did I finally get her. Your conditions are better than mine. There will definitely be lots of girls that will love you. After hearing what Aoda had said, Luo Yu, who was beside him, started to pinch him till he screamed out in pain. I scratched my head and said, I have never thought about that problem before. Next time, after I get into the Advanced Magic Academy, I shall find one. Ha ha. Aoda said, I heard from your mother that your teacher had sent you out to gain experience. How was it? This experience will not delay your studies, will it? That does not matter, going out was very beneficial to my training. Alright, I see that you are busy and I'm also in a rush to head home. Come over for dinner tonight. Alright, I'll go and find you tonight. We brothers should go and have a good drink tonight. Luo Yu, who was beside Aoda, pulled his ears and unhappily said, you are not allowed to drink. You are quickly becoming a drunkard. At that sight, I started to laugh. Have fun arguing. I shall head off first. After saying that, I ran off. At the entrance of the house, I shouted, Mother, Father, I'm back, I'm back. The door creaked open, then Mother came walking out from inside. It had been nearly 2 years since the two had met. She looked like she had aged a little. Zhang Gong, my child, you have finally returned home. I missed you to death. Mother opened the door fully and started to hug me. I hugged her back. Mother, I also missed you so much. Tears uncontrollably started to flow. At the same time, Father walked out from the house and smiled, saying, Zhang Gong, you are finally back. Ever since you left, I did not know how many times your mother had cried. She thought about you every day. Father. After I let Mother go, I moved to Father and gave him a passionate hug. Father said, okay, it's good that you are home. Come, let's go inside. By coincidence, we were resting today. Otherwise, you would not have been able to find us. Today, let's allow your mother to cook a few dishes. We, father and son, should really have a good drink. Great. I love to eat mother's cooking. Eating outside is never comparable to eating at home. The feeling of being home is great. After entering the house, Father asked me, how was trip? What did you experience? I answered, it was all right. I did not encounter any major setbacks. It can be considered a success. Continuing, I told them that year's experience. Of course, I did not mention any dangerous moments as I didn't want them to worry. After listening to me, Mother said, it is enough to just return safely. I said, Father, Mother, why don't you come with me? Currently, I am sure that I will be capable of taking care of you. Father looked at Mother once, before saying, no. You just need to train properly. Your mother and I got used to the life here many years ago. Here, the people are simple and honest. The environment is also good and suitable for our retirement. I tried to convince them to come with me again, but Mother said, you just need to visit us frequently, but we won't be able to join you either. Alright, I will prepare to head there when the time comes. After training at the Advanced Magic Academy for 2 to 3 years, I will have to head out again to gain more experience. Volume 4, Chapter 2, The Warmth of Home. Volume 4, Chapter 2, The Warmth of Home. After Mother heard that I still had to gain experience, she got anxious. You still need to gain more experience? I nearly died from worrying all this time. I was so scared that you would run into danger. Do you have to go again? I embraced her and said, Mom, even if I have to go, it's still a matter for 2 or 3 years into the future. We still don't know what will happen, and we can't plan for what will change. Mother started to calm down. Alright, you father and son continue to chat. I'll go and make some delicious food. Mom, please make more. I invited Aoda to come to our house for dinner. Okay, I know. After Mother went into the kitchen, I said to my father, Father, once I enter and train at the Advanced Magic Academy, I'm afraid that I will have to head out again to gain more experience for a long period of time. I started to tell him about the task that the God King had given us that I had left out earlier. Father sighed a lot, before saying, Child, for the peace and harmony of the world, go. You don't need to worry about me or your mother. If you can get the God's inheritance, I will be proud of you. I started to choke with sobs. Father. Thank you. I took a sack out of my pouch and gave it to Father. This is what Teacher D gave me for my expenditures during training. I have not used much of it, so I could leave some for you. Father smiled and took it. That's wonderful, my son is being so filial to us. Ha ha. When he opened the sack, he was shocked by the shine of the treasures inside. The sack was filled with sparkling diamond coins. Wow! So much. You should just keep it for yourself. I still have 500 diamond coins, so Mom, and you don't need to be too thrifty. At this moment, Aoda's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Gong, I am here. Hurry and open the door. Coming. I hurriedly ran out to invite Aoda and Luoyu in. Aoda said, Hello, Uncle. Good. Quickly take a seat. This should be Luoyu, right? Father asked, smiling. Luoyu's face reddened as she said, Hello, Uncle. Father laughed and said, Hello, little Luoyu is becoming more and more pretty. I asked curiously, Father, you've met Luoyu before? Father said, Of course I have. And I frequently see her. Every day she is always paired with Aoda. Almost everyone in the village has seen her. Ha ha. At this moment, Mother carried a dish in and said, Yes. Look how skilled Aoda is, finding such a pretty girlfriend. When will you be bringing one home for Mom to see? I also want to, but I have not found a match. I am not as capable as Aoda. Who would want to be with me anyway? Mother said, I'm not asking for you to get an extremely beautiful girl. As long as she treats you well and is pretty, I will be satisfied. I smiled and said, I do think the same way as you, Mom, but I also want to find an average girl. I find that beautiful girls are hard to deal with and have bad tempers. Aoda said, Who says that? You just have to look at Luoyu. She is extremely well-tempered and is also very easy to deal with. Luoyu's face reddened, but did not say anything. I mock-scolded, Seeing how lucky you are, quickly go and bring the dishes out together with me. With everyone's help, the table was soon filled with sumptuous dishes. Everyone ate their meals joyously and harmoniously. I brought out a crystal bottle that contained the fragrant fruit wine, which everyone looked at with curiosity. I mysteriously said, This is the Nature Elves' fragrant fruit wine. It is very rare. I helped them a lot, so they gifted it to me. Everyone have a taste. I poured a small cup of wine for everyone. The scent of the fragrant wine filled the whole house. Everyone looked at their cups curiously. Father, who drank frequently, said, "This is a really good wine. It's so fragrant. It tastes even better. Everyone quickly have a try." As expected, the fragrant wine subdued everyone. In only a short moment, the bottle of wine was finished and they wanted more. Of course, I told them that I only had one bottle. Mother brought up the previous topic and said, "Zhang Gong, this time when you return to the academy, you must bring a girlfriend back home no matter what. If not, I will not forgive you. You are already about 20 years old. Usually everyone starts to get married at 18 or 19, but you still have not found one yet." With a look I appealed to my father for help, who in turn said, "In this case, I cannot help you this time as I also wish for you to get married soon. At that time, you can give me a grandchild." Ha ha. After listening to what father said, my entire face reddened. I replied, "Okay. At that time, I will find an ugly daughter-in-law and come home." Mother smiled. "That does not matter, as long as she does not look worse than me." Father whispered, "Please don't find someone like your mother. You have to find someone with less attitude. If not, you will suffer for your whole life." Mother's hearing was still very good and she had heard everything he had said. Immediately, she angrily said, "My temper's very bad? When have you suffered? After today, I won't cook you food or wash your clothes anymore. I serve you every day, yet you say I'm no good." Father immediately begged for mercy. "No. No. My wife is the best, prettiest, gentlest, wisest, and kindest of them all. You are definitely a role model to any future mother that wants to be a good wife and a loving mother." Father's comical expression made all of us laugh. Mother smiled and said, "You pathetic old man." Father asked me, "When are you returning to the academy?" Mother wordlessly looked at me. I smiled and said, "This time I will be staying a few days to keep you company. In about a month's time, I will start to head back. Does that sound fine? Mother, are you satisfied?" Mother smiled and nodded, then said, "That is good enough. Out of the 300 days in a year, you were never at home. Your father and I could only stare at each other every day. You don't even know how lonely I was." This time, it was father that shot back. "You were lonely when you were with me?" Mother smiled. "Haha, who told you to say that I had a bad temper earlier?" I hurriedly said, "That's right. Father, Mom, do you want to learn some advanced magic? I can teach it to you. This is so that when I leave, you can practice the magic in your free time and will no longer feel lonely." Mother excitedly said, "That's wonderful. It is a great idea, but the magic you learn is light magic. Your father and I are water and wind magicians. Can we still learn it?" I said, "That does not matter as your body's magic abilities are not very high, so even if you totally give up on learning, it will not be a big problem. You just need to relearn light magic. Light magic's healing techniques are better than water magic's anyway. Moreover, light magic's offensive power are also very powerful." Father said, "That's fine then. In any case, staying idle is still boring. Starting from tomorrow, your mother and I will learn light magic from you." Aoda said, "Add us in as well. We also want to learn." I said, "All right. I'll start teaching you all tomorrow. The lesson will begin in the morning. I am a light magic magister. In the entire world, aside from Teacher D, I should be the best at understanding light magic. Even so, teaching them will still prove to be a very difficult task." Volume 4, Chapter 3, Return to the Academy. Volume 4, Chapter 3, Return to the Academy. Early morning the next day, Aode came running over. I smiled, saying, "You are quite impatient. Where is Luo Yu?" Aode panted and said, "I rushed here to tell you not to start the lesson yet." Luo Yu stays at Senkei. I will meet up with her first and return afterwards. Can you start the training after we arrive? Alright, hurry up. I'll be waiting for you. As I saw the figure of Aoda's back leaving, I could not help but shake my head. Having a girlfriend really looked tiring. I decided I shouldn't find a pretty girl in the future, as they are troublesome. Zhang Gong, breakfast. Who was that? Mother called out to me. Coming. It was Aoda. He said that he will first meet up with Luo Yu before coming here to learn magic. While I said that, I hurriedly ran back into the house. Breakfast was sumptuous. It included milk, eggs, deep-fried steamed bun, and lots of other stuff. First come, first serve. I grabbed a fried steamed bun and stuffed it into my mouth. Wah! It was scalding hot. Eat slowly, nobody is going to steal from you. After we finished eating breakfast, they arrived. I said, have you eaten your breakfast? Do you want to eat something first? Luo Yu said, we have already eaten. Aoda always said that you're good at magic. Please quickly start the class to enlighten me. You're even more impatient than Aoda. Alright. Father, Mother, Aoda, Luo Yu and I went to the courtyard. I said, okay, we will now learn some light magic. Firstly, if we want to start using light magic, we must learn how to gather the light elements. The light elements are peace-loving elements. They symbolize radiance and righteousness. When gathering the light elements, you must not command their thoughts. The light elements are our friends. Just like that, I started their light magic cultivation. Actually, Aoda originally didn't want to learn with me because the previous incident had left an extremely deep impression on him. However, due to Luo Yu's insistence, he had no choice but to summon his courage to learn magic. After a few days of practice, since there were no incidents of the numbing sensations that he had felt previously, he started to calm down. I used a month to successfully help them to gather light elements and taught them some basic light magic. I wrote down the incantations for intermediate light magic and left it for them. It was time to go again. I had to leave once more. Father, Mom, please take care of yourselves. During the holiday in half a year's time, I will return. You will also need to train hard in light magic. I will check on your light magic when I return. Father, I'm giving you this bottle of fragrant wine. You will have to drink it slowly, as once you finish drinking it, there will be none left. Originally, they were very reluctant to let me leave, but once Father saw the fragrant wine, his eyes immediately brightened. Mother also asked, son, do you still have some more wine? Give your mother one bottle as well. I brought back a total of 5 bottles. I drank one, and gave 1 bottle to Father, so I was left with 3 bottles remaining. I dealt with the pain and took another bottle out. This is really the last bottle, you must drink it carefully. Mother took it in high spirits and gave a warning expression to Father. We will drink separately. You are not allowed to steal from me. Looks like Mother had also fallen in love with the taste of the fragrant wine. Maybe it had something to do with the cultivation effects that the wine gave. I looked at them, unsure of whether if I wanted to cry or laugh. I shouted, I really should start to head out. Father waved his hands. Go! I smiled bitterly, before turning around and walking on the road back to school. As he watched my fading back, Father smiled. Silly child. Mother hooked an arm through Father's arm. Seeing him go like this is also not bad. If not, I will get upset again. The thought of not seeing her son for half a year made her eyes start to go red again. Father sneakily said, how about this? You give the fragrant wine to me, and I will bring you to see your son. How about that? Mother hurriedly hid the fragrant wine in her bosom. No. I don't want to disturb my child. I want him to practice properly. Leaving home, I wandered within nature. It had been nearly 2 years. I wondered how Teacher D was. I walked into the forest and found an isolated area, before taking the magic array out of the book. I remembered that when I left Teacher D initially, he told me that I just had to use this array to return to the school. I decided to try it out. I carefully drew out the magic array. I drew every single line seriously. If I didn't, one mistake could change my destination unimaginably. After using 2 days to draw, I finally completed the magic array. I set a concealing pattern within the magic array so only I could use it. If I were to reverse the magic array, I would return here. I left the same magic array at the nature elf's place. I even placed a mental connection on it. Using a special method, they could tell me their situation if they needed to. The main purpose was so I could get there in time if they were ambushed by the dark elves. After I checked every detail of the magic array again and found that everything was in order, I stood in the center of the array enchanted, using my magic power as the medium, shift space and time. Instantly, my body was sucked into the magic array. The magic array emitted a strong light and disappeared from the land. I used my magic power to control the stability of the spell. With my current magic power, controlling the magic array was very easy. A white light glowed, and I appeared in the backyard of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Wasn't this just outside Teacher D's sleeping area? So he had placed the other end of the magic array here. This was really convenient and helped to cut down a lot of trouble. Just as I started to head towards Teacher D's bedroom, the door creaked open. Teacher D's familiar body figure appeared. I hurriedly stepped forward a few steps and kneeled in front of him. "Teacher, I have returned." Teacher D pulled me up. "I predicted that you should be coming back already." Just now when the magic power fluctuated, I hurriedly come out to have a look. "It really is you. Come, enter the house." I recounted all of the events of my trip in one go. It took a total of 3 hours. After Teacher D heard the part where the God King explained that to become a true Grand Magister one must reach a state where there is no place in the whole body without Gul'dan, he shook in excitement. "Looks like this experience had been very beneficial to you. Not only did you complete the task, but your magic power also reached the Magister level. It seems that I don't have anything left to teach you. What are your future plans?" I replied, "This is what I am planning. I plan to go to the Advanced Magic Academy to train for a few years. Even though I won't learn much from that place, I really want to train there. The ambience at that place is better. This way, I can also prepare myself to defeat the Monster King in the future." Teacher D said, "Okay, then we'll do that. I'll make some arrangements for you. After you rest up for 2 days, you should start to head over there." Volume 4, Chapter 4, Reunion of Brothers. Volume 4, Chapter 4, Reunion of Brothers. The Kingdom of Aisha's Royal Advanced Magic Academy Year 3 Class 3. The homeroom teacher, Water Magister Si Lanyu, stood on the lecturer's platform. "Please quiet down. I have to introduce a new transfer student, Zhang Gong. Following what Teacher Yu said, I entered the classroom. I stood in front of the platform and smiled faintly toward the class. "Hello everyone, I hope that you will take care of me. My magic major is light and minor is spatial. Where did he come from? How did he skip to our year 3 class? He should be starting from year 1, right?" "Exactly. He looks quite handsome, but we still don't know how powerful he is." 2 female students whispered to each other. "You guys shouldn't have known this, he is already very famous. He is a talented student who came from the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. He has been one of the top students for 5 years consecutively. Powerful, right? I heard he even reached the Magister level." A female student beside them exclaimed. "Ah? Really? So powerful? He and the teacher's skills aren't that different." It wouldn't be too bad to be his girlfriend. Stop dreaming. With your figure, you want to be his girlfriend? If he's looking for one, then he will come for me. You should also stop dreaming. Teacher, you said, Zhang Gong, take a seat in the back row. There is a vacant seat there. I nodded and replied, I will. Thank you, teacher. Afterwards, I walked to the back row and sat down. Teacher D had arranged everything really quickly. In only 2 days he had managed to get me admitted into the academy. I heard that Mako was in another class, and since I had yet to see him, I decided to go and find him during the break between classes. Okay. I shall begin teaching. Today, the class will be about how to control advanced magic. Firstly, you will need to have very strong magic power to support the magic spell. You can only start to talk about control after you have excess strength for the spell. Otherwise, you won't be able to hit your target accurately. The spell might backfire and harm your own team members. Teacher, you paused with a terrified expression after what he said. The students started to laugh. This teacher's way of teaching was interesting. I leaned my head on my right hand and watched the approximately 40 years old teacher. Previously, I wanted everyone to focus on cultivation to improve their magic power. This is really important. Magic power is the source of all magic. Now, we shall return to the original topic. Once you have strong magic power to support you, you will have to rely on your spiritual power to control the spell. Mako, a student from class 1, has very strong spiritual power. He can easily control the spells he casts to reach his intended outcome. For example, if you throw a simple fireball straight at an enemy, the enemy will dodge it. But if you control your spell to travel along an arc to hit your target, the chances of successfully hitting your target increase. If you can control it to chase after your target, you will be close to mastering the technique. I thought in my heart, Mako is quite famous. He's even close to a teacher that is not from his class. Looks like he didn't remain idle for the last 2 years and has definitely improved greatly, but I don't know if he's reached the Magister level yet. In a short moment the class that teacher Ceylon taught ended and I left to find Mako. I had always carried around the dagger that he had previously given me, and I would frequently take it out to have a look whenever I have a free moment. It was as though I was seeing him in person. After all, Mako is one of my best brothers and I start to get excited in anticipation of meeting him soon. I turned my head to ask the female student who was sitting beside me, "Excuse me, how do I get to year 3's class 1? I'm trying to find someone." The female student beside me looks ordinary, but her body figure is amazing. She is around 1.7 m. She seems to be a daydreamer, lacking in understanding of what is said to her. Her hands are also very beautiful and fair. A faint brilliance seems to circulate under her skin, so it seems that her skills aren't bad. When I look into her eyes, I am stunned. Her large eyes give off a very familiar feeling and are also very alluring. If there is a ranking for eyes, hers will definitely be one of the most beautiful. I do not understand why I feel as if her eyes have a peculiar radiance emitting from them. I slowly become more confused as she continues to stare blankly at me. I returned to my senses first and waved my hands in front of her eyes. "Sorry to trouble you, can you please tell me how to get to year 3 class 1? Ah. She also came back to her senses and lowered her head. "It is the second room on the left after this classroom." "Thank you." I did not think further. I had to make use of the break between classes to find Mako. I followed her directions and found year 3 class 1's classroom. The students were also taking a break. The class was in disarray, especially the corner that was full of female students. It seemed that they were chatting about something. I shouted, "Excuse me. Is Mako-sai here?" Due to my loud voice, the entire class looked in my direction. Maka's slightly matured, but familiar voice rang out, "I'm here." "Who are you?" His familiar face appeared from the corner full of female students. I smiled at him. He was at a loss for a moment before realizing it was me standing at the entrance. He pushed past the female student beside him and hurried over. He opened his arms to give me a tight embrace. "Brother, is that really you? You are finally back." I hugged him back. "Of course it is me. Who else would it be? I have finally returned." Our brotherly reunion made me so excited that tears started to flow. I surveyed the class and noticed that almost all of the students' mouths were frozen in O shapes. Could it be that they thought that we were in that kind of a relationship? I whispered to Mako, "Let's change the location to have a chat. I don't want to stay in the limelight." Maku also surveyed the classroom and understood the situation. "Come. Let's go to the field." He pulled me out of his classroom. Behind us, there were chattering voices. Who was that who made Maku so emotional? Right? He looks quite handsome, but I have not seen him before. Is he from our academy? Maku couldn't be homosexual, right? You dare to badmouth Maku. I will use my fire magic to burn you. That's right. We will never forgive anyone who dares badmouth him. A group of girls exclaimed. I nudged Mako. I didn't know that you had changed so much after only 2 years in Advanced Magic Academy. You are no longer unwanted and have gotten popular enough to have so many female fans. Maka hit me once, before jokingly scolding me, "Stop making fun of me. I am already extremely irritated by them. If you want them, you can have them." Volume 4, Chapter 5, Situation in the Academy. Volume 4, Chapter 5, Situation in the Academy. I didn't expect for you to be this happy at this academy. Looking back to that year where you kept on chasing Haiyu, you don't have to worry anymore. It was clear that Maka's mood dampened after I mentioned Haiyu. How is Haiyu? Maku just raised his head to look at the blue sky without answering and started to sigh. What is the matter? Haiyu should still be studying in the academy. Maku nodded. She is currently still in the academy. She and Hai Shui are in the same year as us, in Class 2, and Hai Ri is in Year 5 Class 1. In my whole life, it seems like there's never been hope for me to be with Haiyu. I looked at Maku seriously. Now I know that you are truly serious when you say you have feelings for her. I had always thought that you were just playing around when we were in the Intermediate Magic Academy. I did not think that you were so smitten. Are you still chasing after her? Did Hai Ri forbid you from doing so? By now, you should have gotten together with her already. Maku shook his head. Hai Ri did not forbid me from doing so. He even allows it. The main problem is that Haiyu has not developed any feelings for me. She just treats me as though I am an insect. I don't stand a chance at getting her at all. I patted his shoulder. I will not be able to help you in this case. I am in a worse case than where you are now. You at least know who you like, while I don't have any targets yet. Haha, in my opinion, I think that you should be more proactive in trying to get her. With your conditions, how could she not fall for you? Just take it easy and relax. There really is no hope already. She has a boyfriend, the eldest son of the Ri family. I heard that he is the successor of the family and is very powerful. He is called Feng Liang Ri. Although we haven't dueled, he should not be any better than me. He is the same age as Haiyu. When our looks are compared, I also should not lose to him, but Haiyu just continues to choose him over me. It might be that she had a very deep, bad first impression of you. Do you need me to deal with the guy? Even if he is extremely powerful, I will still help you deal with him. Mako hurriedly shook his head after hearing what I said. No. You must not do that. Haiyu will only hate me more in that case. I have not been interacting with her at all lately. I want to pass my feelings for her on to someone else to get over her, but my heart just can't let her go. Boss. Let's stop talking about this. From your tone earlier, you seem to have greatly improved your strength. I smilingly extended my left arm and made a slicing motion in the air. A white, radiant light flashed across, containing a large amount of light elements within it. Ma Ku was shocked. Wow, you are so powerful. You definitely have the strength of the advanced class. How did you do that without an incarnation and still get such large effects? This is too unbelievable. Dude, don't tell me that. I nodded my head. I have already reached the Magister level. Ma Ku was elated. That's great. After today, the world will have another Magister. I still require a few more years as currently it is just impossible for me to break through to reach that level. You also should not be too impatient. Luck also plays an important role. I can only tell you that you will need to deeply understand the thoughts of the magic elements. I smilingly said. The thoughts of the magic elements? Ma Ku curiously asked. I shook my head. You must understand them by yourself for it to be useful, so you should not ask me how I understood them. Let's get back to the topic about Haiyu. You should do something that will make her look at you in a completely new light. You will have a chance that way. Ma Ku doubtfully scratched his head. To be looked at in a new light? I will give it a try. How was your trip this time? Did you obtain the Holy Sword? I felt like crying when I heard Holy Sword. That Holy Sword had completely disappeared after entering my body. I had searched my whole body with mental energy for it, but to no avail. I had promised Teacher D to never tell anyone about meeting the God King, so I couldn't tell him. Don't even mention it. What a joke. I can't find it anywhere. This is near the truth, even after making lots of friends. I told him all about how I met Zhang Hu and the rest of the team. Ma Ku listened with great interest. I really wish that I had been there with you. He showed a longing expression. I patted his shoulder. It's okay. This time you couldn't come, but there will always be another chance. During the next opportunity, we will definitely be able to become famous in the world. Yes. We will definitely succeed. Ma Ku's eyes brightened with excitement. Right, Ma Ku. I have just returned to the academy. Can you give me an overview of what is happening? The Royal Advanced Magic Academy is really complicated. It is not as simple as the Intermediate Magic Academy, where it is enough to just practice. The current emperor is aging and has no successor. Therefore, anyone who enters the Advanced Magic Academy will have their status increase greatly as people in power will fight to recruit them. The whole kingdom of xianxia is currently enveloped by darkness. xianxia is a kingdom that is famous for its magicians, so of course the big powers are targeting advanced class magicians. I frowned. It's so complicated. How many powers are there? If xianxia had a civil war in the near future over the succession, it would greatly affect the fight against the Monster King. Ma Ku continued to say, currently, there are 3 main powers. The first is Duke Tei. Have you heard of him before? I thought for a while. I think I do remember hearing about him, but I'm not very familiar. He is now extremely powerful as he currently controls the Royal Mage Union and he has a great influence on the kingdom's economy, so he is a very strong royal competitor. The Royal Mage Union all graduated from this academy. Although there are only 500 of them, their power is equivalent to that of the whole kingdom. Their power is definitely at least stronger than that of a magister, as the leader of the Royal Mage Union is one of the 10 magisters in the world. He is an Earth Magister, Dun Yushi. Oh, right. It should be 11 magisters instead. Ha ha. Stop joking already. Dun Yushi is the leader of the Royal Mage Union. Why would he listen to a duke? Shouldn't he only follow the direct orders of the emperor? That is the most incredible point about the duke. I don't know if it's due to bribery or blackmail, but currently, Dunyashi is standing on his side. Who are the other two powers? The two powers are. Mako suddenly stopped explaining in the middle of the conversation and stared in a fixed direction. Hey! Hey! What are you looking at? I followed to look in the direction that he was looking in. Volume 4, Chapter 6, Situation in the Academy 2. Volume 4, Chapter 6, Situation in the Academy 2. It was Hai-Yu. It had been a few years since I had last seen her, and she had become a young woman. Her elegant look hadn't changed at all. If anything, she had become even more graceful. I had wondered why Maka had suddenly stopped talking, so it was because he had seen the girl of his dreams. I lamented, Hai-Yu became even more beautiful. No wonder you can't get over her. Maka sighed. The guy at her side is her current boyfriend, Fongliang Ri. Only then did I notice the 20-years-old man by her side. He was almost the same height as me, approximately 1.9 m. His lean body contained strong powers. Although his looks were average, his large and lively eyes suited his face. It was likely that girls often grew fond of his looks. I whispered to Mako, let's go and greet them. Startled, Mako said, no. She will definitely treat me badly. I pretended to be angry and scolded, you are such a coward. No wonder she hasn't developed any feelings for you. Quickly follow me. After saying so, I took the initiative and walked up to them. Mako had no choice but to follow behind me. When I neared them, I laughed and said, why aren't you greeting your old playmate? Hai-Yu looked up and down at me and showed a sudden expression of understanding. Ah! You're Zhang Gong, it has been a few years since I last saw you. I pointed at Fongliang at her side. Aren't you going to introduce him to me? Fongliang's eyes flashed with caution. Hai-Yu's face reddened. He is my boyfriend, Fongliang Ri. I felt Maka's body tense up behind me. Hai-Yu pointed at me before saying, he is Zhang Gong Wei. He was my classmate when I was at the Royal Intermediate Academy. He even fought against my brother. I extended my hand and Fongliang shook it asking, hello, are you also studying in this academy? Yes. I just transferred to the Year 3 Class 3. Today is my first day. Please look after me. I pushed Mako to the front. Since we are all friends here, quickly give them your greetings. Since I was much taller than Mako, Hai-Yu did not notice him standing behind me. Once she saw Mako, her expression darkened. Mako awkwardly smiled. I hope you're doing well. Hai-Yu did not give him any face and interrupted. Well? How am I well? I don't feel well at all when I see you. Zhang Gong, if you are here to be a middleman to convince me to go out with him, you're just wasting your time. I curiously asked, what middleman? Oh, you are talking about that year when Mako pursued you. You don't need to worry about that. You still hate him after so many years? He didn't do anything to you. We've already known each other for so many years. You don't have to always treat him as though he is an enemy, even if you don't get along. It was Hai-Yu's turn to become awkward. Fongliang, who was at her side, stood in front of her. What Zhang Gong said is right. Hai-Yu, you don't need to continue bickering over past things. Class is starting soon, let's head back. Hai-Yu snorted and walked away without another word. Mako's energy level deflated like a balloon and he lethargically said, Boss, now you have seen it. I obviously don't stand a chance. I gave him a violent slap on his head and angrily said, You're truly worthless. I've never seen anyone more cowardly than you. You've yet to be defeated but you're already cowering. How could she fall for you? She doesn't like a guy who's only heroic on the outside. I really don't understand what you're thinking. When you see Hai-Yu, you are just like a mouse meeting a cat. Let's go. Class is starting. Maku followed me in frustration back to the classroom, but did not go back to his. He sat in the same back row as me in my classroom. I did not listen much to the lesson. I started to ask Maku, please continue to tell me about the academy situation? Let's leave the talk about Haiyu for next time. Maku regained some of his mood. The three main powers are the Ri, Yu, and Xing families who formed an alliance to form an elder group. As all of the families held powers over the kingdom for several generations, they all are already deeply rooted to the country. They could also influence all of the territories in the country, making it impossible to ignore them. I curiously said, if they are allies, then why did Hairi still encourage you to chase after his sister? If Haiyu marries the eldest son of the Ri family, won't it lead to a more beneficial marriage? Maku bitterly smiled. You think Feng Liang is such a good guy? I heard that he has already gone out with many girls and that they've ended up the same way. He plays with them and then dumps them. Brother Hairi knows I've been chasing after his sister for many years, so he knows that I'm seriously in love with Haiyu. He doesn't care about Feng Liang at all, so he encouraged me to chase after her. Oh. So it's like this. Okay, now tell me who the last big power is. The last big power is the Emperor's blood-related younger brother, Prince Kuzha. He was also a great general in the Wan Kingdom, so he holds lots of influence in the military. When comparing the Emperor's strength to his, he is definitely stronger. Brother, I have been hiding something from you. Please forgive me after hearing me out. I seriously looked at him. Just say it. Is it about your family? Maku was surprised and said, how did you know? I smiled. When you previously refused to head out with me to gain experience, I'd already guessed that your family was not that simple. You can just tell me directly that you are from one of the three families. Maku looked at me in shock and was flabbergasted. At that moment, I sensed some danger and hurriedly cast a light shield. Pooh, after that sound, I could tell from the fire sparks that it was just a small fireball. I looked in the direction where the attack had come from. At the lecturer's platform, there was an elderly magician. He seemed to be the teacher for the current lesson. Judging by his angry expression, we may have provoked him. In his angry expression, there was also a sign of surprise, as he did not think that I would be able to thwart his sneak attack so easily. The old magician scolded, "Did you come here for a lesson or just to chat?" Maku whispered to me secretly. He's known to have an extremely bad temper. We shouldn't continue to provoke him. At that moment, the entire class of students was looking in our direction, including the ordinary female student sitting beside me. She seemed to have heard what Maku was talking to me about before. I did not care about it at all, as the facts should have been known to everyone already. She was not hearing anything new, so it shouldn't have mattered much. I awkwardly smiled. Sorry, teacher. I will stop chatting and start to seriously focus in class. The old magician's expression softened a little. You should be the new student. After class, please come to my office. Maku, why are you here in class 3? You should head back to your class. If you two continue chatting, I will have you scrub the toilet as punishment. Maku surveyed the class and saw that the students were sniggering. He had no choice except to stand up and head to his class, but only after whispering to me, "I'll tell you my identity later." Volume 4, Chapter 7, Vengeful Love Letter. Volume 4, Chapter 7, Vengeful Love Letter. The girl beside me whispered, "Serves you right." Did I irritate her? I didn't. I took a baffled glance at her direction, but she pretended not to notice, and just continued to stare at the blackboard. I suddenly wanted to play a trick on her. I secretly condensed light elements into a small light beam the size of a finger. It passed through from under my armpit and poked at her. She quivered for a moment before standing up and unexpectedly shouted in front of the whole class, "What are you doing?" "Teacher, he molested me." I fell. I violently fell. Why did she have such an intense reaction? You don't have to be like this. The old mage, whose anger had just calmed down only moments ago, exploded once more. He angrily howled, "New guy! Get out and stand in the corridor." The other students in the class threw me despicable gazes as if I wasn't worthy of my good looks. To think that I would actually molest that girl, with her looks only being average, was simply not up to my standards. I bitterly smiled and stood up, then started to walk out. Before leaving, I furiously glared at that girl. A look of ridicule flashed in her eyes, and she glared back unyieldingly. I leaned against the corridor wall. Damn! I had just been played by a little girl. I had to have my revenge. I simply must. That action just now was too hateful, but how could I get my revenge? Throw a worm into her school bag? Use magic to humiliate her? No good, none of those ideas were good. They were just too ordinary. I had to think of an even better way to punish her. Humph! After class, the old mage brought me to his office. Are you coming here to attend class or are you just here to play around? The old man was truly fierce. I lowered my head. I'm sorry, teacher. I know I've done wrong. Humph! Save your act. From now on, I will be watching you closely. Did you not enter the academy through your connections? Even if you only came here to mingle with those of background, you cannot disturb the study of others. Tell me, just what is the name of the government official who gave you the recommendation to let you join this academy? His tone was full of ridicule. It seemed that he had taken me for a noble. I honestly told him, it was teacher Laoluandi who recently recommended me. The old man frowned and said, Laoluandi, don't tell me he is the esteemed principal of the Intermediate Magic Academy? I nodded, saying, that's right, that old man. I'm his successor. Your Principal D's successor? Even if you are, you still shouldn't disturb the class. Please take note of this from now on. You may leave. His tone became much softer. I snickered to myself. Teacher D's name was quite useful. After I left the office, I directly returned to the classroom. The students in class were surprised to see me return unscathed. I just continued to sit beside that girl. I whispered to her, "You're pretty fierce and daring to get me into trouble." With a cold humph, she said, "I got you into trouble? It's just that lechers such as yourself should just die." She humphed again. Who would have imagined that a magnificent magister such as myself would be played by a little girl? Very well, I must take my revenge. I will definitely let her know that I am not someone to be trifled with. I suddenly thought of an excellent idea. I immediately took out a piece of paper and began to furiously write in that paper. I actually did not even know which lesson we were currently on. It didn't matter. In any case, what the teacher was lecturing about was unsuitable for my cultivation. Every night, I just had to meditate and that was enough. When the girl beside me saw that I was studiously writing things down, she could not help but look at me, baffled. I used my body to obstruct her view, making her unable to see what I was writing. Writing through no less than half the class, I finally finished. I let out a long sigh and held the white paper up and read it once through from start to finish. I nodded my head in satisfaction. I lightly tapped the shoulder of the classmate sitting in front of me. He turned around and frowned, before impatiently saying, "What do you want?" I suddenly made a diamond coin appear out of thin air. His brows unfolded and he gently asked, "What is the matter?" I chuckled and whispered, "You just have to tell me the name of that violent girl who was sitting beside me, and this coin will be yours." He sneakily took a glance at the girl beside me and said into my ear, "Her name is Museum. I snickered to myself. It seemed like the charm of money was still quite large. After that, I quickly wrote a few more words at the very top of the paper. Muzi saw me acting very secretively and was curious. She wanted to steal a peek at the paper in my hand. I coldly looked at her. You want to have a look? She was shocked and immediately moved backwards, saying, What do you want? I handed the white paper over and said, Here. Didn't you want to have a look at it? Her curiosity urged her to take the white paper that was in my hand. Just from reading it, her face grew red. Although she wasn't very beautiful, her brightly reddened face was similar to that of a red apple. After looking at it, you just felt like wanting to take a bite. This was what I had written on the white paper. Hello, Miss Muzi. Ever since I first looked at you, I felt like we were destined to be together. Your large eyes attracted me in a way that made me unconsciously fall in love with you. Although you always acted coldly toward me, so much so that you even set me up, I am not one bit angry at all. Truly. Not angry at all. Omission of 2,000 words, I continuously teased you, simply wishing to attract your attention, to make you aware of my existence. I am too embarrassed to say to this in front of you as I am afraid of your refusal. I could only use this love letter to convey my feelings to you. Will you agree to date me? Inscribed with sincere love for you, Zhang Gong. This was the best plan that I had. Didn't she say I molested her? First, I would make her fall in love with me, before I started to get my revenge. He. This idea was pretty good. After Muzi finished reading the love letter I gave her, she surprisingly did not dare to turn her head towards me. After a moment of peace, her blush faded away. She then turned her head towards me and said, Boring. Stop using such cheap tricks to play with me. She crumpled the letter I gave her and threw it back to me. This was the result I had expected earlier on. With her bad impression of me, would she be fooled? Don't worry, take your time. Sooner or later I would have you in my trap. I lowered my head, feigning a heartbroken appearance, and tried to straighten the love letter. I carefully folded it and put it into my pocket. Afterwards I didn't say a thing and gazed at the blackboard, but my mind was planning how to arouse Muzi's affection and bring about my revenge. Muzi looked at me, her eyes full of complicated emotions. The bell-ending class rung, but I did not move my head. I did not know whether or not my cool behavior moved her. Forget about it. I had to find Maku first. That fellow still hadn't told me his identity. Volume 4, Chapter 8, Maku's Background. Volume 4, Chapter 8, Maku's Background. After taking only 2 steps, I saw Maku walking in my direction. He seemed to be looking for me as well. I pulled him along. I was just about to come find you. Let's go and eat. After we eat, we'll take a break at the dormitory, before we continue to go for the afternoon lessons. At the dinner table, Maku was stunned when he saw me savagely sweeping up my meal. He said in shock, Boss, you're still eating your meal in this manner. I'm impressed. I glared at him, indicating for him to shut up and quickly eat his meal. A feminine voice sounded. If he wasn't eating like this, he wouldn't be called White Rice Bucket. Don't you think that I'm right, Zhang Gong? With my mouth still full of food, I turned my head to have a look. It was a pretty girl that looked similar to Haiyu. I suddenly realized that she was the girl who used the spells Absolute Disruption and Water Dragon's chant. I hurriedly swallowed my food and awkwardly smiled before saying, Long time no see, Haishui. You've become even more beautiful. Haishui's fair face reddened and said, Really? I just heard from my sister that you'd returned. I figured that you'd be the same as before and rushed to have your meal as quickly as possible. It really was as I expected. You haven't changed at all, you only grew taller and sturdier. I started laughing. You're also not the same as before. You grew up to be so beautiful. You're definitely the flower of our academy. Right, Maku? In front of Haishui, Maku could still be himself. That's right. Currently, her potential suitors could form a whole squadron. 500 people in a squadron. Hai Shui pouted playfully. You're really hateful. Ma-ku, you're exaggerating too much. Since when did I have that many suitors? I pretended to panic and glanced around before looking at Ma-ku. Let's quickly finish our meals and retreat. If not, we'll be assaulted by a mass of students. After saying so, I laughed loudly with Ma-ku, causing the students near our table to look in our direction. Hai Shui ran to my side and hammered me with her fist. You're so hateful. How can you tease people like this? She really is an amusing girl. I winked at her. How did I tease you? Hai Shui interrupted. Enough of you already. I'm going to eat. She turned around and walked away. I smiled at Ma-ku. Her attitude is completely different from her sister's. She's so lively and adorable. Why don't you court her instead? Ma-ku suddenly became secretive and whispered in my ears, Boss, you don't know about this, but she already likes someone. Really? Who? The person who she likes is you. I frowned. That's enough. You're only joking with me. How could she possibly like me? This is something you couldn't possibly know. Ever since that time when you defeated her, she couldn't forget about you. While you were out exploring the world, we were in the Advanced Magic Academy. She came to me a number of times asking for you. I told her that you had gone out to gain experience. She just didn't believe me and said that you had definitely gone to another school. She looked really depressed back then. That couldn't be true. How could she like me? Even though she was younger than Ma-ku and I by a year, her age was still similar to ours. I had always thought of her as a sister. I rumbled, she can't really like me. At the same time I imagined dating her, and her casting absolute disruption on me whenever we argued. I wouldn't be able to stand that. I shook my head rapidly. She also had such fierce siblings. I couldn't consider her being mine, and I didn't feel anything for her anyway. I warned Ma-ku. You're never allowed to bring this topic up again. Understood? Let's just eat and go. Before leaving, I took a sneak peek at Hai Shui. She was looking at me. After seeing my face, her face flushed red and she lowered her head. I quickly stopped looking. It seemed as though Ma-ku hadn't lied to me. I had to run away. I dragged Ma-ku along with me as I ran to my dormitory. I sat on the bed and panted for a moment, before calming down. Ma-ku was annoyed and said, Boss, what are you doing? What's wrong with Hai Shui? You're acting like you had seen a ghost. I replied, just stop trying to help pair us up. You like Haiyu, but I don't like Hai Shui. Please stop trying to get us together. Do you understand? Ma-ku curiously said, what is wrong with Hai Shui? She's quite adorable and one of the top beauties of this academy. I impatiently said, enough is enough. Can you just stop talking about this and quickly tell me your identity? You haven't settled your outstanding debts. Ma-ku quickly apologized and smiled. Boss, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have purposely hidden my identity from you. It's just that my identity was only known by Teacher Long, even Teacher D didn't know. I teasingly said, enough. Stop rambling in circles and say that you are the young master of a famous family. Ma-ku opened the dormitory door to check that nobody was listening in our conversation and locked the door before returning. Usually students wouldn't be at the dormitory at noon. He came near my ears and whispered, my father is Prince Kuja, also known as Kuja Aoer. My real name is Ma-ku Aoer, the second son of Prince Kuja. In other words, you're royalty. Does anyone else know your identity? Of course not. I have hidden my identity for two reasons. First, so I could study and gain knowledge, and second, so I could observe talents and analyze the situation in the academy. I continued his words. This is also for your father to recruit talented students, right? Please don't try to recruit me. I don't want to be an official, or worse still, a soldier. Maku awkwardly smiled and said, why would I do that? How could we brothers talk about recruitment? You just need to support me in the future. Ha ha. Makus really was counting his chickens before they hatched. My teacher and I were both light magisters, where my teacher was ranked third among the 10 current magisters, and was the principal of the Royal Intermediate Academy. We would definitely be able to influence the xianxia kingdom, as it specialized in magic powers. Although he had different plans when he first met, I knew his friendship wasn't fake as, when we first met each other, we still weren't that strong. I patted his shoulder and said, that's enough. Say no more. As brothers, I will definitely help you. Maku excitedly grabbed my hands. You won't blame me, will you, brother? I shook my head. No problem. Now stop doing this. If someone sees us like this, they'll think we're homos. Let's go. Afternoon lessons are starting. Volume 4, Chapter 9, A Duel of Words with the Teacher. Volume 4, Chapter 9, A Duel of Words with the Teacher. I lazily walked into the classroom and sat in my seat. I had no idea what was happening during the lesson. Forget it. I decided to sleep for a while. While lying on the table in a subconscious state, I felt a burning gaze on my back. Even if my senses were not very sensitive, I still would have easily noticed it. I thought that it was Muzi who was looking at me. I sniggered in my heart. Did she really believe that I had fallen in love with her? I decided to just ignore her and make her wait in suspense. Without realizing it, I started to doze off. In my semi-conscious state, I felt someone pushed me strongly. I instinctively pushed the person's hand away from me. However, that person kept on pushing me as I continued to push him away. I got annoyed and sat up, shouting, "What on earth do you want? Why are you so annoying? Stop disturbing my sleep." I was surrounded by gasps. Only then did I remember that I was still in class. At that moment, I woke up from my sleepy state. I looked in the direction of the person who had been pushing me and saw Muzi angrily glaring at me. I blankly asked her, "Why did you push me?" Muzi's face reddened instantly and she pouted and her lips pointed in a direction. The students near my desk heard our conversation and started to laugh loudly. I followed the direction her lips were pointing to. Wah! There was a middle-aged male teacher with an ashen expression on his face on the lecturer's platform. Why were his lips shaking? The male teacher said in a low and shaking voice, "You, stand up." I used my finger to point at my nose and questioningly asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, you." "Quickly, stand up now." I lazily stood up from my seat. It seemed like my brain had not fully woken yet. I totally did not understand what the teacher meant. I asked, "Teacher, you don't look well. Are you unwell? I think that you should go to the hospital to have a checkup. If your illness is serious, it'll be terrible." My surroundings suddenly became quiet. The students were all thinking, the student really dares to challenge the teacher's authority? In the morning he irritated one, and now, in the afternoon, he's irritating another one. It was just too impressive. They looked as if they were filled with anticipation as to how the teacher would deal with me. The lecturer inhaled deeply as though trying to calm his strong emotions. He glared at me and said, "You come up and answer this question. I want to hear your explanation." As he said that, he pointed to the whiteboard, which had the main question for the lesson. Likely the teacher thought, if Zhang Gong answers wrongly or doesn't know how to answer, I'll immediately send him out of class and punish him by making him stand in the corridor. I looked at the whiteboard and saw that it was about the relationships between the magic elements. I frowned and thought for a moment. The teacher thought that I didn't know how to answer and was about to scold me. I started to speak. I believe that asking about the relationships of all magic is too general. Everyone should know about the different elements of magic. The 6 main elements are light, dark, water, fire, earth and wind. I said I found the current question too general because the relationships between the magic are just too complicated. In simpler terms, I believe that all magic can simultaneously support and counter when they interact. The lecturer coldly smiled and said, able to support and counter each other at the same time? Everyone knows about magic countering each other, but support I've never heard of. In that case, water magic and fire magic can fuse together to become a flame? My brain had finally fully woken up. I thought, aren't you just trying to put me on the spot? I'm afraid that you can't. Your knowledge level can't be compared to mine, as even Teacher D found my theory new. There is no way that you can fight against my theory. I smiled and said, of course, water magic can become fire magic, and wind magic can also become earth magic. These examples are the simple ones. Light and dark magic have many similar properties. Let me ask everyone, if there is no light, where does darkness comes from, and vice versa? Even though they are countering magic, did that occur naturally? If we dare to make a daring assumption, maybe before light and dark magic separate into 2 different magic, they were actually one kind of magic. Are you just frightening the class? If not, how are you going to prove that what you just said was true? I shook my head and said, I haven't found any actual proof for it, that's why I said it was a daring assumption. Even though I haven't determined the exact relationship between light and dark magic, I can show an example of magic simultaneously supporting and interacting with each other. The lecturer was stunned, and seemed to forget that he was just making things difficult for me, said, continue speaking. I smiled and said, it's hard to believe if I just say it, so take a look. I lifted both of my hands and casted 2 equally sized balls of water and fire magic. I could use any elementary magic, except for dark magic. I continued to explain, everyone should know that water and fire magic counter each other. It should be like this. I fused the 2 magic together. Pusu, the 2 magic balls completely vanished. This is what happens when the amount of elements are the same. But if they had different amounts, what would happen? Everyone take a look at water and fire magic fusing together. Like last time, I summoned a ball of fire and water in each hand, but this time the fireball was much larger than the water ball. I slowly placed the water ball on top of the fireball. The water ball started to steam. This was because the fire magic was stronger than the water magic. Under my control, the water ball caught on fire. To those who know physics, they should know that water can be separated into hydrogen and oxygen gases. One of the gases was used as the catalyst in combustion. Slowly, the 2 balls started to fuse and become one. All of the students, including the lecturer, gasped in amazement. The lecturer asked curiously, how on earth did you do that? Actually, it is very easy. At a certain point, the water can be lit on fire but won't be extinguished. This new information was hard for everyone to digest and accept fully. I will now continue to demonstrate fire becoming water. This time, I used my left hand to cast a light magic ball of about 50 cm in diameter and casted a small fireball in my right hand, before placing the fireball in the center of the light ball. I easily controlled the 2 magic and said at the same time, everyone, please focus on the inside of the light ball. As expected, in a short moment, droplets of water began forming inside the light ball. I stopped the magic and made a conclusion. That will be all. Those were 2 examples of magic interacting with each other. The countering aspect of magic is only part of the truth. There is nothing that is absolutely right, as under different situations, it can be changed. This is something that I am still researching on. Teacher, I'm done answering the question. The lecturer looked as if his spirit had left his body. It was not only him, the other students were in similar states. Any student who could attend the academy was undoubtedly a genius, but they were being restricted to traditional magic. After my demonstration and explanations, everyone felt as though they had gained new knowledge about magic, but couldn't exactly tell what the new knowledge was. Thus, they were caught up in their own worlds and thoughts. I looked at Mu Zi, who was beside me. She was also in the same state as the rest. Looked like my explanation wasn't bad. I decided to let them continue to think about it, and play chess with their god of dreams.